Malaysia.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. You're tuning in the grand spectacle of Free Fire, the moment we've all been waiting for, the grand finals of MCPS Major Season 6. Teams have fought tooth and nail out of the days on the league stage, and today we'll leave it to the battlefield, and one team will emerge as the champion. On the caster says, I am Neptune Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is the one and only Mustachio Agent.
It's gonna be a fun day, Neptune. I mean, we went through grueling fights, right? We've got such low number of days within the group stage that it forced each and every single one of these squads to put on their very best, because if you don't bring out the best, what it means is you get kicked out of the competition, right? We started off with 18, we now have the top 12, but it doesn't get decided in just one day of grand finals. We've got 3 days. We've got this Friday, we've got Saturday as well as Sunday. On Sunday, we crown the champions, but the probability of getting that one champion confirmed within day one in itself could definitely be there. I mean, we've seen things like that happen in the past. We've also seen the exact opposite, right? One team performs phenomenally well on day one and then does not show up on day 2 and 3, and then the drama kind of builds up in terms of the anticipation to find out exactly who picks up the crown. But either way, what we guarantee everybody is top-notch Free Fire action throughout the weekend. And this was the league stage that we were talking about, day 1 and 2 within group. Week 1, I have to say, we had those 18 teams. The exact same thing happened in day 3 and 4 as well for week 2. This was where we had the reshuffles and we dropped the bottom 6 teams to now get into our 3-day grand finals, Neptune.
Yeah, and one thing what I'm excited to see are the grand finals right now. We have a team that has been showing from the previous season and teams that will be coming up here for the first time in this season. We have Parang, Ilustrados Juegos, Expand, and Axis Esports, Team Badut, Geek Fam, Visionaries, AV Radicals, Delusion, Tactical Intex, and Gorilla X, and Freedom Rumble. But going back to your point about having a 3-day grand finals, hopefully teams, in terms of mindset, will not think that this is a 3-day affair. They need to consider this one day as already the end of the grand finals, and then reset and then follow it up day after day. Otherwise, the same thing that will happen that you mentioned. Some of them will fall off, especially if they're feeling that they're not doing enough.
The most number of teams sent in from one nation, of course, is Malaysia, followed by the Philippines. But you can see the number of teams from the Philippines. We started off with 6, but we've got 5 in the grand finals. That shows the quality of the nation. But can they walk away with the championship? Because on week 1, we did see a phenomenal start from them. But in week 2, as well as, making it into the grand finals, they've been taken over by a Malaysian team called Farang. What's all the hustle for? It's because the prize pool in the grand finals is a little bit more crazier, right? $18,000 if you pick up the lion's share.
Yeah, and 9,000 for the second place, 3,500 for the third place, and for the fourth place, 1,800. It goes down up until 9 to 12 rather, will get a 550 and 350. But overall, everyone who has already jumped in the grand finals has a piece of that pie. And in addition, this is one thing that will help them to grab all those numbers to reach at number 1. If you, in case you get that booyah, you will get 12 on the point system, and then from 9 going down to the to 1 if you reach a 10th place, and unfortunately 11 and 12 will get nothing, not a silch out of a placement point. Thus, elimination point is something that they need to do.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, at the Free Fire World Series, the format will be a little bit different. I'm just a little regretful that we don't have that set in for MCPS just yet, because of the first 2 days, it's actually going to be point rush at the World Series. So no eliminations whatsoever, lesser in terms of the numbers when you get for those placements, but you will really have to hustle because you pick up those initial 2 days worth of points into the third day of Grand Finals. But of course, that's the World Series here at MCPS Majors Season 6. It's going to be the same old with a little bit of twist. Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari, Alpine, Nextera, the first ever season that we are running all 5 maps. And because we don't have the 6th map added in just yet, Game 6 will be absolutely random. And we have seen that be such a game changer for some of the teams here who do excel on just certain maps, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the same goes with all 5 maps showing up in here per day because
Yeah.
at some point, like, it had lost, or like for some of the teams had lost their momentum, especially if they switch over from one map to the other. And also, we have in the season the introductory or the return of Kalahari, wherein some of the teams who did well in the past is not doing well this time around. But I would say, AJ, they did had a week of rest, a week of time to do the homework, do some practice, and also get back to their old ways. So let's see if that will affect their gameplay, especially Farang, who are the kings of Kalahari, but this time around looking out like the kings of Bermuda.
I think all teams should definitely be much better in the grand finals because of the points that you just mentioned. They had something so crucial, which is time. And one of the most important information for you to pick up in a game of Battle Royale is the drop spots of your opponents. You have to make sure that spot that you take is not going to be occupied by anybody else so that you can have a good, solid start to the matchup in itself. Now, we've got a lineup of players here to watch Neptune, starting off from Spain. Survival time, a total of 3 hours, 51 minutes. This guy is living the Battle Royale dream, man. I mean, if you're surviving long enough out there, you're going to be picking up good enough points. And this is a good reason as to why Farang is up at the #1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a 2 representative right here. Following McRory from Ilustrados Juegos will be Jembal. And then on the 5th spot is Brentu. But we cannot exclude the Axel right there from Expand, who has already put in a lot in survivability. So hopefully the teams will put this in consideration, and especially with the revival being added in. And I know it has been in there for the longest time. But at some point, some are being taken advantage because, like, who wouldn't want to shoot someone who's just dropping off coming from the revive?
Absolutely, man. Now, I was just going to highlight this, but production is one step ahead. I was going to say Jembal, baby, #3 in terms of survival, but he's ranked #1 when it comes to the eliminations, right? 53 eliminations from the guy. And of course, we've got Lucky as well with a total of 34 assists on his side. A lot of information we're going to be picking on later on. We've also got Chessman, who's running the most highest on-target shots. 26% of his shots have been finding those connections out there. But you are looking more for players like Axel as well, right? Now, the Axel from the side of Expand may not be your #1 player across all of the leaderboards, but he is a very balanced player, just like McRory here. 2.7 eliminations. But I want to touch on those glue walls destroyed. It says an 8.2 average per match. This guy is a glue wall terminator. The total of those glue walls that he's managed to smash thus far is 126 glue walls through the group stage. And the closest one to him is actually Spade with a total of 71 glue walls taken down. This guy has got close to double of glue walls taken down compared to the #2 guy. I mean, it's just crazy stuff what McRory can do out there.
Yeah, and there you have it. We have their characters as well as a weapon, as well as the pet. This guy, Will McRory, has put his name all throughout this competition. It's a good thing that he has returned to be part of the finals, because we know that they failed several times when they were in different group, different brand. But as Ilustrados Juegos, they are really illustrating how the game needs to be played, and especially with the catch-up that they did on the league stage against Farang. This guy really is something else, and with that point, with the glue walls destroyed, I mean, there's several factors that could add up to that, but from ways before, even before the glue wall melter, like this guy has done a lot, even in the long range, just to clear out all those glue walls. But looking at overall for Ilustrados Juegos, and not just McRory, this is the stats for the team. And imagine with 8.2 of the glue wall destroyed, it adds up to the 12.3 overall, meaning he's done more than half and destroying all those glue walls if you put all the team or the stats for the team all together.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, he's taking down 70% of the total glue walls annihilated by the squad alone. So McRory is definitely our star player. Now you look at the characters that he brings in as well. First of all, he's got the Beastin in hand, which increases the throwing range. You just mentioned those glue wall melters. Thanks to Beastin, he's able to target those defenses from a longer way out. And you also have got that armor specialist in terms of the passive skill as he brings in Andrew to play. It makes him extra tanky out there on the battlefield. You've also got Antonio with the gangster spirit, with the extra shield points of the match as well at the start of the game. It all makes McRory become that ultimate survivor, just to survive a little bit longer and to deal that extra bit of damage. But he goes up against X's Roy here in the player head-to-head, and you can see it kind of skews a little bit more to the side of Illustrado's McRory.
Yeah, definitely, and it probably is some adjustment that has been done or need to be done by X-Roy, because we pointed this out from the league stage that this is a new team that he's playing it. Out the days that he's part of Expand, this time around he is the one leading the pack for Axis Esports. But I would say the performance for Axis Esports is much more prime compared to the past, and I guess this, like, he has been a great addition, a positive addition for this team.
I think no doubt at all, Axis Esports this time round is making a lot of noise, mainly because they dropped the full roster. They came back in here with a fresh new pick. Whoever who's behind the brain of Axis Esports, they know Free Fire really well. They know the scene really well. They have cherry-picked all of the top-notch players like Exact, like X-Roy, to throw into a combo that seems a little bit unstoppable at the moment, but they haven't really hit their full stride just yet. One of those who have, though, is Illustrado's Blank. Now, here's what he's got to say. Last time we checked, strategic retreat wasn't a winning strategy, but hey, you do you. Everyone should start chasing us because all of them are falling behind already. Now, I think the last time Blank was asked this question, they were number one on the leaderboard, because the last time I checked, Farang is number one, and Farang does work out that strategy. They've got that defensive retreat being worked time and time again, and I'm sorry, Blank, clearly it works, my friend. It works!
Bars. Bars definitely from, first from Blank and next from AJ. Let's see who else is going to pull out of you more of those bars out there. And love that we're getting like these stuff out of the, not only from the game, but also out of the player. Because at least, as much as we want to hear them, but at least we're getting their voice, their insight on what they think of the game and what's their take on, like, what else it has needs to be put out in matches just like this. But again, we are starting this match. Well, the usual setup. This is Bermuda, but there's a lot of storyline that will be opening up this time around, because we have set our prediction, hoping that Farang will be the one who will be getting that booyah. Now it's up to the other teams to prove us otherwise.
Look, this was forced by production. I make no predictions, okay? I do not want to predict most of the time because I'm right, okay? I don't want to make it super solid. I don't want to throw all of my good energy towards just one team. But, you know, I have to justify myself. They asked me, I had to give an answer. If not, I'll get fired, okay? And I said Farang. I said Farang mainly because Neptune, we have to fall back to stats here. We have to look at the numbers. And Farang thus far has brought in the most amount of pressure, not on just Bermuda alone, but on Purgatory as well. They are that number one team. On Bermuda, 69 points thus far from the group stages, 35 eliminations, stopping all of the other teams. Nobody has been able to match up to them, be it in the placement points or those eliminations.
Yep, definitely, and that is really something to look for. And we were just talking about 4 days of the league stage. This time around, we will be jumping into 3 days, and like, it's only a day short, but I believe if it will stick for the teams who've done the same from the league stages and what they will be showing up in the grand finals, then it looks like the same team will be moving up to the top. So hopefully they can break that and they can see how much potential they have to offer in this game. Here is the flight right now coming in from the northwest to southeast. And as we can see, a lot of teams are already going for that early drop. Axis Esports, the shipyard, and the same goes for Tactical Insects, who's going towards graveyard and some on observatory. But I'm pretty sure they have selected their drop spot based on historical record that they don't want to meet up some of the teams, but this is the risk. AV Radicals usually chasing after that blue. Things might be interesting as they are dropping near Geek.
Oh my god, it's gonna be a three-way battle early. Geek now splitting off towards Hanger as well. Only two players able to disengage. Ilustrados Juegos, on the other hand, will go head-to-head against AV Radicals with the potential of a third party in the duo of Geek Fam. Expand's gonna have an early drop here as well, heading close towards the blue circle, only in the form of Axel as well as Crime. Too Fast is a little bit further off away. Ilustrados, they will be sandwiching in here Geek Fam. And on the opposite side, AV Radicals, things do not look great here for Geek, but the saving grace here is Neptune. If things do go south, they've got two survivors far away.
Yep, and let's see how many survivors will be left this time around on the other side of the map as Expand goes against Delusion. Kenshin has already been taken down, and the rest of the team are just looting around, trying or will try to bring him back. But this is where all those practice and pulling up their drop spot, as well as finding the best way where in case one goes down, you can revive him. But they need to handle this for the side of Geek Fam. As you mentioned, they will be pinched. They will be in between two teams, and Yasta will be in trouble.
And this is the problem when you can never anticipate where the blue circle is going to go, because this is the home of Geek Fam. Clock Tower is the regular drop spot that Geek Fam takes every single time they head on into Bermuda. The one problem is the blue circle has brought in two Filipino titans to face up against them. Geek Fam have lost their first player already, trying to hang on with the second one. But like I said, even if Yasta does go down, there is a lifeline here for the rest of the Geek Fam players, as two have already broken away towards Hangar side earlier on. So Ilustrados will find the final engagement against Yasta. You know, the guy is still slippery now.
The Shanks right now with that straw hat. Let's see if he'll be able to pull up. And there you go. He was beaten by Brentu. And it is 1 point that will be taken. It's AV Radicals from afar. They were able to steal that shot, and this is what happened if you give an opening to Return, aka Barb, who is still in play. Now let's see if the battle will end in this moment, because as we know, once the third party is done, you are dealt with the remaining two teams in this area.
That's a nasty steal, bro. In fact, two nasty steals from AV Radicals. Ilustrados doing the bulk load of work. AV Radicals winning it away. Return. Can he find the finisher? Two defenders hop on in. McRory and Shanks gonna get tagged up as well. Retus dropping in a lot of damage. No grenades. Follow up just yet from the side of AV Radicals, but they do know. Shanks now on the recovery. This is the opening for AV Radicals to go in for a critical strike. So Raya, on the other hand, just chilling by the beach, my friend. Expand just above him.
Yeah, the thing is, he is in trouble no matter what, because if in case the Expand pulls out, he is expected to move out in here, and the flank is being done. But I think this is the only thing that he can do, and Expect is trying to beat him, stop his approach on the other side. Back to this battle against AV Radicals and Ilustrados Juegos. It's not yet over. The 4 points has already been taken by AV Radicals, and it goes shot onto Brentu by Return. And let's see if he'll be able to pull up the corner. There you go, the shot as well as the damage. And Ternamo follows up. Ilustrados Juegos lost another one. Another point goes to AV Radicals.
Good play from Shanks. He managed to get to the vending machine and buy back one player for the side of Ilustrados Juegos. So now, even if Shanks does go ahead to lose his life, they still do have a lifeline, and the player bought right back. The problem here is they will have to hit that hard reset when it comes to the game of looting. Shanks did buy Blank right back into the action. But like I said, as they proceed around the blue circle, it's still going to be a very dangerous situation with AV Radicals lurking around. And look at Tanamo driving straight in to find that finisher as well.
I love the combination of the old ways plus the current tactic of AV Radicals. This is what we've been asking for. Vehicle gameplay, aggressive gameplay, and now even for those steals that unexpected for the side of Ilustrados Juegos. So I think we are feeling the Radicals of old, and let's see if this is what's going to bring them to that #1 spot. And speaking of #1 spot, League stage number 1 is currently having 1 point to their side, but haven't found the remaining players, and they are focusing and looting. But this is usual tactic for Farang.
Yeah.
They stay silent from the beginning, and then up towards the mid part or mid game up until the end. That's where they rack up the points until such time that they can probably get that booyah.
Yeah, Farang's just one of those teams that really know how to play a game of Battle Royale, right? The fundamental here is you have to survive. Well, good turnaround here by AB Radicals. The 1v2 just not gonna go the way of Ilustrados Juegos at all. 6 points picked off of only Ilustrados, I have to say. Yes, 2 out of the 6 came from Geek Fam, but it was Ilustrados with the knock. So AB Radicals, the greatest thief of Bermuda thus far, with a fantastic start. And I have to say, this is a solid way to start for AB Radicals. This was one of the points that I was touching on. Group stage, they pretty much sucked, right? They couldn't really do much. But I was assuming that the plan was to not really make a lot of noise in the group stage and then really show up strong in the grand finals. And it looks like that's exactly what they've been focusing on as well. Because we remember Neptune in Season 5. These guys wrecked the group stage. But at the end of the day, in the grand finals, they couldn't do much. So they're trying to play a reverse psychology, which seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, they have been chased. Well, couldn't see chase, but I believe that Ilustrados Juegos tried to chase them in onto that blue, and it just so happened that Geek Fam is in between them. So at this point, they are looking for prime, especially with the 2 teams that they are about to eliminate. But going into the other side, Geek Fam in trouble once again. They were able to recover, but this time around, who's in front of them? It's Tactical Intex. So the recovery from 2 of the players from Geek Fam might be good, but they need to escape this, especially as I don't think they have enough time to loot up after 2 of their players has been brought back.
Yeah, firepower-wise, these 2 teams are pretty much equal at this point of time, so it will be a very risky fight for Geek Fam to engage in. And on top of that, they have just brought 2 of their players right back in, which means loot is pretty weak at the side of Geek Fam. The smartest play here will be to avoid all engagements until they get to a better spot, something like what Farang has clearly shown they have been capable of doing and is very effective in a game of Free Fire. But Tactical Intex not taking their eyes off of them just yet. Sends out a UAV to get that extra bit of information. Let's see if this one gets shot out of the sky. Nope, 2 players do get detected. The shots do come. Okay, 2 players position. They do have a rough information, but Geek Fam, they don't want to stay and play at all. They're going in here for a defensive retreat, but straight into the home of Ilustrados, who do not like defensive retreats.
Yeah, let's see if that's the case, because like I believe they done the same in contrary, they did the same against AB Radicals, so
exactly.
They won't be complete if they didn't do that. So hopefully that will be something to think about next time around. But,
think before you run your mouth. Think before you run your mouth, Ilustrados.
But again, I can't blame Blank, because if I'm not mistaken, he was the one he was the first one to have been put down. So he might not be retreating at all. He was just running in front of the enemy. Unfortunately, he has been recovered, so they need to get out.
Yeah, McRory is backing away. Very smart move. And this is going to be a decent flank from the right-hand side if they can pull this off of Geek Fam. But AB Radicals once again getting involved in this gunfight. Ilustrados pulling off the distraction. AB Radicals hitting from afar, looking to take away that elimination point as well. Ilustrados, therefore, going to be sticking towards the circle here down at the very bottom. Not aggressing in towards Geek Fam. Not going in for the surge of points. Tactical Intex going to find a very decent compound to play defense on. So Ilustrados still going to be in a lot of trouble if AB Radicals is still keeping an eye on this side of the area.
Yep, and speaking of this side of the area, a lot of teams are showing up in this side of the area. Not only that, on the left-hand side of our screen, we have a Cobra loot box for all of you. Hopefully you were able to grab that, but pretty much it will show up later on as well. Back to the action. Geek Fam right now, well, not really seeing so much action. I think they've felt already a lot from the beginning of this game, and they want to dial it down a little bit until probably they are on the 4th or probably 5th stage of the circle.
The top 3 teams of Bermuda thus far is Farang, followed by Ilustrados and AB Radicals. 69, 57, and 55 points each picked up during the group stages. AB Radicals, as you can see, is off to a great start. Visionary Toby finding the whole squad of AB Radicals. I don't think that's a great idea, Toby. You better run, son.
Yeah, run as far as you can because we have AV Radicals right here. Eagle has been brought down, wings flip, and there goes a Trogon coming from return. Let's see if he'll be able to pull this up. Wow, Toby goes down. A two-man push, but Tanamo has been responded to. Pickup can be done, but Visionaries already taken out.
The Filipinos strike once again. 10 eliminations already, 10 points at the very start of the game, and the first team has just gotten eliminated. It's gonna be a long day. Once again, AV Radicals, Illustrados, as well as Farang make up the top 3 teams at Bermuda, and only 2 out of the 3 have been making a lot of noise, which also means Farang is saving up a lot of their utilities for the final battle, which makes them the stronger team to pick up that booyah. So this is something AV Radicals really needs to be careful about in terms of those engagements. Of course, if they are able to execute and continue picking up points in this way, I don't think they're going to be shying away from battles, man. Once again, 10 elimination points already for AV Radicals.
Yeah, and if we look at it back in the league stage, I guess it really ties up with what you mentioned. They don't want to show up. They didn't show up that much in the league stage because compared to the 3 that you mentioned, the top 3, in terms of elimination, AV Radicals are the ones with the lowest.
Yeah.
And even in the first few days, they didn't show up as much, similar to what we're looking at right now. But showing up with the Genshin, and he will be stuck in the wall in the corner, and he will be taken down right now. No way out. But for Delusion, they still have a 2 saving grace because earlier when we were on a different perspective, we see 2 of the players on top of that silo, but the battle right now is happening. The pickup has been done and a knockdown AV Radicals, but they need to get into the circle.
Yeah, AV Radicals just cheekily taking some pot shots at Geek Fam, but the circle catches up with them, and Geek Fam does get to live through that to tell the tale a little bit later on. Can't say the same for Freedom Rumble here, being pressured by the circle. Jembo already in a great position, and this is one of the greatest annihilators of the lobby. Jembo, 53 eliminations in the group stage alone, and of course Farang is just not made up of him. Spade with the 25 eliminations, and they're going in for all. Jembo picking up a double off of Freedom Rumble. And as for the rest of them, Expand hot dropping not 1 but 2 teams. The Clowns have found some action.
Team Badut, the Clowns are now in action, and let's see if they'll be able to pull this off. On the other side, we have Expand. On this side, we have Team Badut, but 2 has been taken down. Let's see if more can probably rush in, or will they be getting away? We have Too Fast right now trying to heal up the rest of the teams, or not up as teammates, but Team Badut, Jan's still not yet over. Lucky will be here as well, and it is left to 2 to go in for the rush, and they did. The takedown has been done. Team Badut eliminated in number 9.
Crime, the smooth criminal, picking up a double, 1 with a grenade, another one beautiful shotgun, penetrating through the player, taking him out of the equation. AV Radicals going in for their 14th elimination as well, this time against a very strong team when it comes to mechanical capabilities. It's going to be Axis Esports, great compound hell, and it's going to be a double glue wall melter. Ramiel, the final player. All that aggression going to come to an end finally as Axis Esports strikes right back. Ramiel holding on for his dear life and runs outside of the circle, but here comes the flank from Axis as well. Orion going to be popped. He gets that extra HP. Exact really low on that HP as well. Got that Bison in hand. Ramiel surviving just with the Orion. Neptune, what a crazy gameplay. But in a 1v3, he's still hanging on for dear life.
Unfortunately, on number 8, they have been eliminated, but I guess in terms of elimination, they've done a lot. But here comes a new contender. The coin has been inserted. Another Filipino team in the hands of, in the name of Ilustrados Uegos. They are using this blue to their favor, and they are putting up a fight against Expand. But unfortunately, they will be retreating, not really showing up that much until they recover the Shang scene, and has been shown as well in here. He will be put down. Expand not yet over in this battle. Ilustrados Uegos on the losing end, and oh no, it's just Geek Fam as well will be eliminated. We're down to 5, including Gorilla X.
Oh man, what a match, what a lobby, bro. And now X-Roy still alive and kicking, but that's not your team, sir. That's your X team. Expand looking for X-Roy's head as well, but they can't spot him just yet. Farang on the opposite corner. We've got tactical intakes on the left hand side as well. Expand taking shots from both sides. X-Roy just waiting for that opportune moment. Even if Axis does not get the booyah, if X-Roy gets to spoil the party for Expand, he'll still walk away with a huge smile on his face. I know that sly little kid. McRory approaching from the right-hand side as well. Too Fast has to deal with him. Tactical Index taking a couple of opportunities, and they take McRory out of the equation. Great opportunity taken from him. Crime MKS, Charge Buster in hand. 11 eliminations already, but Expand in a terrible position when it comes to defense.
And the defense will be prime against X-Roy, but how will it work against Farang? And this is what we're talking about. This is the work of Farang right here. They managed to survive with 4 players, and they are now putting pressure in the remaining 2 teams that they are against. Woo! Tactical Insects on the right and Expand on the left. They need to find a dip. They need to find a ridge for additional defense, plus the glue wall that they are pulling out. But Tactical Insects have a different thing in mind. Oh no! It is Farang who brought them down.
And now Farang going for the booyah. 7 eliminations in hand. The ones who are slightly stronger is going to be Expand, but they got into too many battles back to back. They don't have enough utilities. Those glue wall melts is a little bit better from the side of Farang. It's a 4v3. Expand doesn't have the numbers too fast. The captain goes down. Crime MKS, their top dog, goes down as well. Axel all alone, and it's got to be the Trogon in hand. A 3v1, and it's all over. Farang claims booyah number 1.
You ask and you shall receive, and there you have it. 2 of us predicted Farang will take this booyah, and they did. And what prime like tactics? It's similar to what they've done in so many ways, but it hasn't been countered by the teams. And who can counter Farang if this is what they do? On the final moment, on the best timing, they take advantage of the weakness of the other team.
Predictions can be made, predictions can be true, but at the end of the day, you decide your fate, and that's exactly what Expand did. Even if Farang picked up the booyah for themselves, Expand is not too far behind. AV Radicals, who started off so aggressively, are not too far behind in the overall grand scheme of things. What a fantastic first lobby, first game to start the day off with Neptune. The action was pretty slow at the start, which allowed us a lot of time to break down some, gunfight in detail, but then towards the mid part of this map, my oh my, things got dicey. Everybody surviving. I believe there was just 11 teams left at the 11 point mark. 11 teams left, right? And that was just all out chaos. Way too many players out there in Bermuda.
Yep, definitely. And well, this is just a preview of what just happened. And we've seen that some had this advantage, but as we saw towards the 4th and 5th stage, that is where all the chaos was ensuing. And what did the winners of this match did? They just pulled back, they just waited, and they just looked at what's happening. But again, couldn't take it against Expand as well as AV Radicals, because they have most of the elimination out of this game. Let's see if that will be beat by the numbers that has been brought in by Farang once the match summary has been shown.
Now, I still don't know what's the deal with X-Roy leaving Expand, but this is where the Malay saying really comes to my head once again, right? Bersatu kita teguh, bercerai kita roboh. Can you imagine? X-Roy was so good to get into that final circle all alone. The rest of Axis Esports just could not hang with what X-Roy could bring to the table, even though they are big names in their own accord. But Expand doing the exact same thing. If he was still part of the Expand squad, dude, I have no doubts whatsoever. My prediction from game 1 to game 6 would have just been Expand, 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 Expand. But the fact of the matter is, X-Roy is not there. And it doesn't mean Expand is immediately weaker, much weaker. They've brought in great substitutes like Crime MKS to make up for the departure of X-Roy, but it's just not making its mark. It's probably going to take one more season for them to really, soak into the chemistry between each other to be able to dominate the world stage. So things are looking pretty dicey for the Malaysian champs Expand.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. There's a lot of things they need to work out, and that is just to secure that they will be the champions right here. But from what we've seen, there's a lot that has been like giving out different tactics. That's why it's very difficult to predict really just from that match. It will be the consistency that will be carrying on after Bermuda, moving into Purgatory, though the scenery might not be that far compared to when we move into Kalahari, but there comes a different tactics as well. This is a much bigger map, and also the location will be different. But one thing that we would expect is a team. If a team wants to put down AV Radicals, all they have to do is chase down the blue, but hopefully hopefully Ilustrados Juegos, I think Ilustrados Juegos is trying to do that, but hopefully they can do it in a different manner this time around, because definitely they failed from that battle earlier.
I know, not Illustrados. I know AV Radicals is listening, and I hope they listen well. I love how they started off game one, but I think it was just way too aggressive, man. I mean, back-to-back gunfights. It's not that it's a terrible thing, but it's a terrible thing, right? Because they are really good at a game of Free Fire, but when you don't have resources, you're going up against, pro teams of other nations who will be able to take good advantage of that. They've got 10 eliminations, but I think they walked away with just 3 placement points for an overall 13. It's not a great start for the best team of the lobby when we started the game off. So that was a really unfortunate loss for AV Radicals, but that's exactly how the cookie's going to crumble. If you cannot get to that final circle through discipline, you are going to be punished. But Jembo knows that well and true. He got towards that final circle and managed to still be the top dog out there. 4 eliminations. And remember, when we started this off, he was the top eliminator for the group stage as well with 53. So he's for a total of 57 right now.
Yeah, and we've seen what he has been using Falco in there on as a pet, and also Drogon being used. And I guess that is something that will be shown so many times in this game. Drogon being used because of what capability it has, not only in the short range, but also with the grenade launcher that's fixed in that weapon. So let's see on what else will be offered by the team. And later on, we're going to show you how many points they got, because this is where the excitement builds. Though we know who got the booyah, but we don't know who got a lot of points.
I think Farang managed to get the job done. Unfortunately for Expand, they had more eliminations before they met Farang. Farang had 7. Farang took down all 3 of their players to pick up a total of 10 points, which gives them a total of 22 with the booyah, right? And on top of that, Expand did not pick up any extra elimination, so that should leave them in 21, which is good enough. I mean, they took the 2nd spot. They could have taken that number 1 spot if they had X-Roy on their side, but it's not the case. They do get that 2nd rank. Farang stays in number 1 with a total of 22. Tactical Intex in 3rd spot is actually very surprising for Tactical Intex.
Yeah, I mean, they have been silent in there onto the edge. They managed to survive for the top 3, and even before they meet up with all these aggressive teams that face them towards that the final circle, we've seen a lot of them take advantage of the distance they have, even the elevation they have, to grab all those elimination points. So I guess this is one thing to be put into the books of those teams that has been aggressive, and I'm talking about AV Radicals, because yes, you can pull in the points with elimination, but if you cannot survive the longest, you will still be out in there below those who are tactical. And well, pun intended, Tactical Intex were tactical in that gameplay.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And that's exactly what I want to see more of. But Tactical Intex, the one thing that they have shown us in the past is that they do not have consistency. Can they break the usual norm? Can they step on into game number 2, 3, 4, and so on with all of the consistency? Is something that we still need to see. Production wants to see the BM casters more than this, Neptune.
Well, I mean, at least we're there hearing our voices, and pretty much the fans out there would really love to hear combination of our deep boys. But let's see. Combination of gameplay is also being shown right here. Now, the only question is, you mentioned about Tactical Intex consistency. Who will be consistent this time around? Those who failed to be on number 1 despite of the number of eliminations that they have, or those who succeeded to be on the top 3 because they remain silent and then fire back in the later moment, will it be trickling to the other maps? Because I'm pretty sure Purgatory can show the same result if the same tactics is shown, but is it something that you want to stick to? Is it something that you really think that worked for your team? Otherwise, there's a little bit of adjustment that needs to be done.
Yeah, absolutely, man. There's no room for error here whatsoever. Yes, we've got 3 different days of grand finals. We've got a total of 18 games to play to get the top 3 spots, to get, the bulk load of the prize pool for yourself. But it's not just for the money. It's not just for the pride. It is for that invitation. It's for that slot at the Free Fire World Series. And MCPS this time round gets only 1 spot over there, right? So all of the teams really need to put on a lot of effort to get up there. But let's see. Okay, this time, Visionaries assumption from the side of Neptune. I say Farang, once again, it is going to be mainly because of the data that we've been able to collect overall from Purgatory. Farang has been pretty dominating. But what makes you say Visionaries over Team Badut though, Neptune? Because Badut's slightly better on Purgatory.
Well, in terms of what we've seen in Visionaries, they know how to back up. In battles, they know how to like stray away from some that they might lose. For Team Badut, well, for the first part, from the first days in the league stages, they were just all aggression. They were just all showing up. Thus, they managed to grab a lot of points. But towards the end, like it did fell off from the grid compared to what we've seen in Visionaries. They tried their best, especially in this Purgatory, because they know the rotation that they can take, and probably this time around they have a better plan of approach.
Visionary started off really great, but you know, their performance just made me lose confidence. They were at 56 points on day 1, 52 points on day 2, and 42 points on day 3, 11 points on day 4, my friend. So, you know, I was on the Visionaries bandwagon for a little while as well, but Team Badut, for me, just had a little bit better consistency. Now, this is the kind of team that stays so quiet all throughout the game, and then poof, you see them in that final circle, right? Those are the clowns. The clowns know some magic tricks. I like that. But where they have been lacking is when it comes to a little bit of that aggression, right? We see them starting off on those engagements, but only towards the very end of that final battle, towards that final circle. I think if they had a little bit of that AB Radicals action and start getting into engagements from the first 2 circles and then go into their silent motion, will give them a lot of loot, a lot of points, as well as the loot off of their opponents that they can engage with as well, right? Which will put them in a better spot for that final circle. But of course, all of these assumptions as well as wishes will need to be met by those players in a little bit out there. Purgatory is going to be game number 2 on the day 1 of our grand finals here at MCPS Majors Season 6. Neptune, things are about to get even crazier. I think that was just a warm-up match at Bermuda earlier.
Yeah, just a preview of what's about to happen. And pretty much a lot of teams has been familiar in all these maps, especially Bermuda. So let's see if Purgatory can offer us a different plan of approach for the team. Marble Works is where I believe AV Radicals will be dropping. Now we'll have to find out who will be meeting them there. I'm pretty sure someone have that area already to themselves. And if I'm not mistaken, trajectory of the team, it would be Farang. So this is something that would test Farang at this point, or both sides, AV Radicals and Farang. Both of them are just hanging back in there on the edge of this blue zone, and Tanamo a little bit further. And well, I love the strategy of going towards that buy area, but intellectually, subconsciously, you're thinking that you're already losing some of their players. Thus, you're preparing to bring them back.
Yeah, Farang just walked under the stairs and hit their head or something, because this is just a terrible setup, bro. They've left their highest eliminator outside of the blue circle. They sent in the 3 other players in towards AV Radicals, one of the most aggressive teams that we've seen out here today. This is a terrible setup from Farang. But if they are able to buy enough time for Jembel to loot up in his own compound, circle into that blue circle, and then help them out with those gunfights, AB Radical is going to be in a lot of trouble. But of course, once again, the problem here with that sort of a strategy is AB Radicals is in the blue circle, which means they are going to get a bulk load of better loot on their side before they engage with Farang. And if they are the first ones to pull the trigger, Farang could be looking at 0 placement points from the second game.
Yeah, let's see if that is the case right now as engagements happening. Faiz, as well as one member from AV Radicals, make that 2, was already making a move. But I would agree with you. But the thing is, they have 3 players from the side of Farang who's also looting in the same area. Would have a good chance to grab specific weapons that they need. And as you can see, it's Faiz was able to knock down 1 to back up a little bit too far. And this is what I'm talking about earlier with how Tanamo was dropping dropping, they're expecting this. They're asking for this. And pretty much they got it. And, well, that would be a confirmed elimination. Going back to the other side, a battle's also happening. Visionaries right now is providing a lot of pressure against Guerrilla X. This is Filipino against Filipino once again.
Oh.
And from both sides, they are losing lives.
Yeah, great stuff from God Frieza. Now he's going to be doubling back down to help out some of his team members here. And the main reason why he needs to do that is because he's all alone. But from the opposite side, Eagle going in for the sprays. He's managed to pick up one team member already. And the finisher is not going to be too far away, as Chessman could not pick up the third team member. They're going to go in here for the flank against God Frieza. Visionaries have got two more. Guerrilla X only a single player on their side. But down at the bottom, AB Radicals losing a player very early puts them now in a terrible situation. Once again, Jembal, when he circles in with his loot, it's going to be the end for AB Radicals if they don't get out of this sticky situation.
Yep, definitely. And that's something that they really need to get out of. But I think they will need a little bit more time before they do so. And we have the Nocular being used right now. Let's see if God Frieza will be spotted right here. And I'm pretty sure he have good visuals against this Visionaries. Question is, what can he do? How can he manage to get away? And there go shots right here. And instantaneously, God Frieza has been taken down. And Visionaries grab their 4 elimination. What they need to do now is revive their teammates.
Yeah, great play, finding the vending machine, buying a lifeline for his team before he gets eliminated. So Visionaries are going to try to do the same as well, but I think they're quite broke. So they don't have enough money to purchase their team members right back. They will have to look for a revival platform later on. V2's Ramiel Tanamo, on the other hand, facing off against Freedom Rumble. This could be easy 3 points, unless they get backstabbed by Farang, who are on pursuit.
Yeah, let's see. Good position by Tanamo to provide those information or get that information. And Glue Wall right now to avert all that is being thrown against Tanamo. But this is just a distraction. The rest of the gang right now from the outside. But there goes the shot. Yazid has been taken down. And there goes a follow-up that can be done against Aces. And speaking of follow-up, there's no follow-up from the rest of the gang. There goes Tanamo down. And where are the rest of AB Radicals? They're just running away.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, that was just way too cheeky of an engagement, but you can see what the plan there was to pull all of the attention towards him. He put himself in a very, very difficult position. Guerrilla X, on the other hand, just brought that one player right back, but Expand took good care of him. AB Radicals off to a terrible start this time round, mainly because they lost return initially to the team of Farang, and they just haven't found any bit of recovery ever since then.
Yeah, Chessman right now, together with the rest of Visionaries. And we know Chessman, he has a good sniping capacity, and he has the first elimination. And Headshot is not yet right on him, but we've seen him does a lot, especially if he is in the elevated ground. Now, let's see if that is something that they can pull off right now. In this game, 2 of their teammates will be brought back, but they're back, or 2 of their players will be back to the looting phase. I don't think they have enough time. Eagle has been spotted. That's what I'm talking about. It's easy to spot someone from above as they return after that revival, and that is just wasted effort for this team.
Yeah, the Farmer's rate of fire is just so annoying to deal with in moments like that, man. AB Radicals, on the other hand, have managed to bring in 2 of their players right back into the equation. And they're going to be finding the compound outside of the circle. This is going to be a moat house play for them, and this is a very smart play coming through from AB Radicals. They're going to be able to loot up as much as possible in Moat House. This circle's not going to hurt that too much as well. Yeah. They are going to have to expand a couple of medkits, but if they can come across Team Barut halfway through, take them out of the equation, things are going to be overall fine and dandy. Let's see if or not they can find that gameplay for themselves, though.
Yeah, and as you can see in the map right now, we have a few teams that might meet up each other, and Expand is, well, they are retreating a little bit against a Geek Fam. They don't want to engage them yet. They want to find out where the next stage will be coming from, but we can see some shots already coming from Axis, and they are trying to gun down Visionaries at this point. And the same goes, if this continues, they might be pushing Visionaries in between them and Ilustrados Juegos. Ilustrados Juegos doesn't need to move. All they have to do is just find that perfect opportunity to steal those kills.
Let's see if or not we can find a couple of eliminations here for Axis as Team Badut. Just right opposite them, X-Roy already starting things off in terms of engagement with the Scar in hand. Well, final shot connecting though. Just have a fully geared up armor on himself, the helmet as well as the vest on level 3. So Xtroy is that tanky player as usual for Axis.
Oh yeah, I mean he will need that because he is the rusher for the team, and well, it is something that would really change up later on once they meet up close to encounter. Now, as we are looking at all the position of the team that is in here, Team Badot, as we expected, as you mentioned, is also going for the same tactic. They are slowing it down, become silent, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more of early engagement, grab all those elimination points, and then go to this state of being quiet until the later stage of the circle. Ilustrados Juegos right now getting a little bit of information from their position in the high ground, and Geek Fam might be the ones their target once they moved in.
Geek Fam on a slower play this time round on Purgatory. You definitely want to have those vehicles in hand so that you can traverse the huge map and cross from compound to compound pretty decently fast. AB Radicals staying away from all action this time around. Now, this is something that I did not expect from AB Radicals. I wanted them to slow down the action, not stop the action in full, but I do understand where they're coming from, right? With the initial loss of 2 players, they had to focus on the looting gameplay first before they continued on out, or else it would be deadly for them. So that recovery has been made. It looks like the looting is in good progress as well, and they're being very careful from, moving from one compound to the other. You can see that UAV being used as well to scout out information throughout all of these areas before they move in for the attack. So we're going to catch up with them in a little bit. Geek Fam, on the other hand, is making quick work of the Visionaries, sir.
Yeah, Visionaries has been caught off guard, and let's see who else will be chased later on, vehicle in hand. Only one remains for the Visionaries, and well, I guess the aggression is there. It's survivability that's a little bit lacking for this team, and hopefully they find their way. But AV Radicals right now might be found by a few teams surrounding them. Good plan for Freedom Rumble right now to take this elevation at their chance to grab all those information. But as you can see, Visionaries have the plan to bring back their teammates, and they just need to regroup, recover a little bit, wait a little bit more. Probably stage 3 will be their chance to get back on track.
It's gonna be a standoff for sure. Not a Mexican one, an MCPS standoff. Oh, that guy doesn't return. Makes sure he doesn't return. That's one of the few times where I've seen an eagle fly through the sky and not make it to the landing spot.
I mean, he doesn't have the visual. I'm not quite sure if he has an eagle eye set on AV Radicals. I think he only had like eagle eyes onto the area. Oh, mine have 4 right now. So it's man versus eagle. That could have been happened if it's not for AV Radicals.
You've heard of the bald eagle? That was the blind eagle. I'm just kidding. The guy had no defense whatsoever. Jokes aside, unfortunate for Eagle, AV Radicals were on that high spot. But Axis Esports this time round, though, they were the ones that put an end to AV Radicals and their wrath earlier on. Xtroy on the slower approach. Thanomos spot is back. Can they punish Xtroy early? Half of his HP left. Xtroy has got that Suya. He boosts away and he backs away from the rest of the AV Radicals player. And AV Radicals do not get to catch them with their pants down.
Yeah, it's a good thing Dynamo didn't push through because that looks really like a bait. But let's see who will be baited right now against Freedom Rumble and Parang. Shots right now all over, glue walls all over, as well as a maze that's being built. Let's see who gets out of this miniatorial maze that we're seeing as a labyrinth is being set. We have Yassi right now for the takedown, and Kaizo has been taken down as well. Oh my goodness! We have Parang take advantage of the situation. Only one has been brought down, but an entire squad almost. Now Peas will try his best, but against 3, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Freedom Rumble. Thanks for coming, though. Farah gonna win that gunfight anytime, any day, baby. AV Radicals, on the other hand, Phoenix taken down already. All-out gunfight against Axis Esports. One player down on the ground, and Ritus gets picked right back up. Xtroy right in front of him, and he does get the mini Uzi, but the spray is right there. Xtroy standing up top, and it's gonna be the Trogon in his hand. Exact. If Exact gets picked right back up, this is gonna be deadly. The players, Team Badot, are dropping in as well as the third parties. Either way, Axis Esports in a lot of trouble, but can AV Radicals get out of this sticky situation?
Team Battered right now knocks on the door and makes things a little bit tricky and sticky. Tanamo with a nade kill, and they're still alive, 3 of them. But who will be moving in on the other side? Visionaries just waiting for the perfect moment, probably just waiting for all the engagement, all the gunshots to die down. And Tanamo will be brought down. AVR return right now. Expect to find different results, but it is only left to Ritus. And here we go. It's a 1v2. And the Visionaries on the other side, Toby remains, but Ritus is not yet done with this fight. He is still living on. 7 elimination, but needs to recover because Four Eyes is waiting for him.
Yeah, one mistake there by AB Radicals is they stayed in the compound way too long. The Trogon in the hands of Team Badut just managed to pop all of them instantaneously. Multiple grenades, just nowhere else to run. But Jans gets taken down as well. Ritu's great attempt thus far, but Flank was there for the literal flank to take him out of the equation. Jans gonna be picked right back up. Team Badut survives for the next circle, but does he have enough HP? Jans needs to top that up right away, and he does. Well, come on, Jans, can you do it? Yeah, he gets supported as well. There's the healing gun, and Team Badut still survives for the next circle. Visionaries on their left-hand side. In the meantime, Expand sending out a UAV to meet Illustrados' UAV halfway through. This is like, what's that? The Lady and the Tramp and the spaghetti noodle meeting halfway?
Well, let's see, but halfway through is not the plan that Visionaries want to end this game. They did. They have been taken down, and we are now left with only a few teams. And some teams doing an approach that we've seen so much that succeeded in this game. Wait until the final moment and before they go in for the battle. Expand is a team who hasn't done so much engagement just yet. There's just gathering all those information. But for the side of Farang, they're losing all their resources, and a backstab against Spain is about to happen.
Yeah, this is a big one now. Farang gonna be sandwiched between Team Expand as well as Badut. But all 3 of these clowns are outside of the circle, and Farang take advantage. 11 eliminations already. Jesbull really low on HP, and Too Fast needs to take advantage, but he gets sprayed down to the ground. It's gonna be Faiz and Mini 2B in hand. No matter how many glue walls they erect up in front of them, Expand is gonna be in a lot of trouble. Karam MKS topping his health right back up outside of the circle. Illustrados Huegos keeping their eyes on him as well, and he's just not gonna make it. You can't fight the blue in a situation like that. Geek Fam on the other hand, pretty much safe. The Illusion with the final player in the name of Kenshin. Farang still alive and kicking, trying to pick up the Booyah, but down in numbers, they need to play this really smart, Neptune.
Kenshin right now being gunned down from afar, and everyone's focused on him. And there he goes. Good chance for Brent to take him down. He did. The Illusion has been taken out. Illusion and back to sleep. This time we have Faiz on the left-hand side, who's in a battle trying to survive. But Geek Fam is putting a lot of pressure. Not only that, he has his back behind the wall, and Farang right now, they need to get away, but Yasa says otherwise. Just the only one alive and kicking, but who's coming in from the other side? Illustrados Huecos. This distraction might be the saving grace, but there's no saving Farang. It is now a 4v4, AJ.
Yeah, great play by Geek Fam, just putting on all of the pressure, forcing them to erect those glue walls and staying outside of the blue. Just managed to put on that final bit of hurt on them. Illustrados Huegos going in for the Booyah though. They are the better team when it comes to the engagements, but they are down by 1 number. Yasa taken out of the equation. Kent goes down as well. Spread 2 with the left-hand side flank. Shanks going up close and personal, and he's got the straw hat on this time round. Hazik the final player, and they can't stand against Illustrados. The Terminators of the Philippines pick up the Booyah for game 2.
And there you have it. No glue wall will remain afloat, will remain standing, especially when you have McRory in the battlefield. And there you have it. Mekas yan insan, as they say. And this is something that there's something from the Philippines that has been rolling around. If you want to know the meaning, it means mix, cousin. So, I don't know if I don't know.
I'm sure relevant. It sounds better in Tagalog, bro.
Yeah, like, no, I mean it's really like literally it's mix insan. Insan is cousin in Tagalog. But it says it's being said in an Indian accent. The mekas.
I have no idea what the hell that means, but I'm gonna run with it, my friend.
I'm going to send you where the reference was.
Okay.
But the Filipinos the Filipino Terminators, Ilustrados Juegos, they will grab that booyah right here, and they have a good chance to put a little more from the points that they have. Initially, they had a total of 12 points from that Bermuda this time around. For sure, they will be able to put them up on that probably first and second spot.
Yeah, but the biggest question, of course, is going to be, can they take away that number 1 spot from Farang just yet?
Oh, yeah.
Farang had pretty decent number of eliminations as they looked for that final circle. I believe they had 11 in hand before they got taken out. And that was, I believe, in the 4th or 5th spot, which is decent number of placement points for themselves as well. I believe somewhere around 15 points. And 15 plus the 22 that they picked up earlier on seems to be decent enough to keep them up at that very top, right? And in the earlier matchup, Ilustrados only picked up the 12 points, like you said. So this time round, if they did manage to get, of course, they did manage to get the booyah. So that's another 12 for a total of 24. 10 eliminations by the end. Did they get that many, Neptune?
Well, so far in terms of like overall, it's still Farang on the lead. And in the side of Ilustrados Juegos, they only got, I believe,
very low, very low.
Very
even
low
up against Geek Fam.
elimination.
Yeah, they had just 4 there. So even if they took out the whole of Geek Fam, that's 8 points for a total of 20. Just not enough to really make a lot of noise, but enough to keep the pressure up for that number 1 spot, right? This is what we need out of the Philippines. A decent bit of consistency. Earlier matchup, obviously, Ilustrados fighting for that blue against AV Radicals did not serve them up well at all. But this time around, we do see the adjustments being brought on through. And I actually expected this play from AV Radicals, but they just couldn't really find any bit of a clear-cut rotation for themselves. They kept getting caught out in engagements earlier.
Yeah, I mean, early engagement it would be something that AV Radicals can take advantage of, but they need to dial it down a little bit in the middle, because they are at some point lost in positioning. They are so aggressive that everyone's just rushing in. They're losing the fact that some might be pulling a Trogon, some pulling out some grenades, especially if they rush in, and there's no flank coming in from either 1 or 2 of the teammates. Thus, they're being put down that quickly on close battle, close range engagement.
Yeah, I was actually shocked with AV Radicals and their defensive maneuver earlier, because I think that was one of the weakest defenses they put up. They had the glue walls. They knew there were windows, and they were all smashing themselves into a small little hut. So Trogon, obviously in the current meta, it's going to make a lot of noise. You've got even like regular grenades that will be able to do the same amount of damage. Nobody barricaded those windows yet to find room for recovery. And they all got sprayed down at one time. They did have enough HP on themselves. So, you know, for the argument that they were waiting for the right timing, it just didn't make sense, because they were not in a good position to play a good defense before unleashing their offensive, and they just got capped on, right? So a little bit of a weak moment from AV Radicals. So whoever who called that play from them, you know, needs to really rethink that decision making in a spot like that. Ilustrados, on the other hand, they did a phenomenal job. I think moving towards that final circle, they kept the pressure up. They spotted out the illusion. They sorted them out from afar. They spotted out Geek Fam as well. And Geek Fam, they really didn't know it was them initially in that final circle. But towards the very end, Filipinos and their aggression, man, they just went out, took some decent enough gunfights. And as we spotted that, we already said it's going to be straight out Ilustrados. And there was no contest there whatsoever.
Yeah, and there you have it. We have Blank, our MVP, who said that there's no strategic retreat. I guess at this point, well, that worked, because they were just moving forward. They were just moving forward against the team, and he did have 3 elimination, 1191 on the damage. As we head into the team MVP, it is Farang with 11 on the elimination and 8,003 on the damage. I guess this really shows us who will be taking the #1 spot on that match.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, 11 is my lucky number. They hit double off that, so I'm liking that. I predicted Farang was going to be the victors of the lobby. In a way or other, they happen to just be exactly that. So good stuff from Farang. They have managed to pick up a solid 19 points, but they do not get that #1. Sorry, they've managed to pick up a solid 20 points here, but they do not manage to get that the #2 spot just yet. Ilustrados Juegos are just hot on their heels, I believe, with a total of Okay, this is a game 2 result. I got a little bit of a heart attack there. I thought it was overall. I was like, wait a minute, they couldn't have caught up. With a total of 20, Neptune, just enough to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, well, this is something that they really need to fix a little bit because if in case they are really hoping to grab that #1 spot in this game, it didn't work. Probably a little more of that same game style will help them later on. But I guess with this point, with a total of 20 points plus the 12 points that they have, they're up by 32. When compared to what we have in Farang, I mean, they have remained consistent. So Farang will still be in the top.
Okay, all right. So a total of 20 points this time round. A total of 21 eliminations for a grand total of 41. Farang still dominating in the #1 spot. Illustrators hot behind them. But Expand, look at this, man. This is just a shocking performance from Expand once again. No booyahs all throughout the group stage, and they still managed to have a pretty dominant run to the grand finals. And you're seeing the exact same thing here. And guess what? As luck would have it, in the group stage, without any booyahs, they ended up in the 3rd spot. And the top 3 is exactly like how we ended up the group stages, all right? This is crazy right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they've been doing. The consistency that they have in elimination as well as placement, that is what they have been utilized. And what more if they've given the chance to grab that booyah? And this is just like, for them, booyah is just bonus points for them to move up because they've done so much in their consistency. They know how to position themselves. They know how to pull out in best timing. Thus, even if they will be losing a few of their members, they will still grab all those elimination points. And towards the end, if aggression is needed, that's the only time that they will be losing a little bit early.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think this is just that perfect balance that the teams just need to bring into the matchup. They obviously need to get to that final circle. They need a decent enough loot. Yes, you can loot off of the, eliminated players out there on the battlefield, but that's just a little bit too risky for me at the very start. I like what AB Radicals always does, looking for that blue circle, but now they are no longer that sole blue circle hunter, right? There are many other teams who are just equally as hungry. And like what we saw in Bermuda earlier on, that blue circle might just drag you to meet a big team. This time in Bermuda, they were lucky because that team just happened to be Geek Fam, who's not so aggressive in the current season. But if that team had been, if they had been dragged to Farang's compound, or if they had been dragged to Team Badut's compound, things could have been very different, Neptune.
Oh yeah, I mean that would start off or not that well, and then they will lose a few or more of those chances to grab those points in those engagements. So far that is something that I'm pretty sure they're not aiming to do. But again, it is a battle royale we're talking about. Dynamics will change the game. RNG can even bring us to situation that we don't want to be put into. Thus, we have been calling out for adjustments to be done most of the time, if not all of the time, by the team. Because yes, it's good if you start a game with at least 5 sets of a game plan, but at some point not all of that will be used, and then you're going to adapt all throughout the rest of the game. So that is what some of the teams are doing. I guess that is being taken advantage most of the time by Expand. For the others, like AB Radicals, yes, aggression is something that we ask for them, but not all, most of the time it works, so they need to tone it down a little bit.
I mean, that's something that I absolutely agree with you, Neptune. I think if you tone down the pace just a tad bit, secure some of these guaranteed points for yourself, then you're going to have a smoother journey all throughout the time, right? Getting into some of these heated battles, even though you're a very capable team, you just never know what to anticipate at the very start. But of course, that's just the first 2 games out of a total of 18 that we have in the grand finals. So the game has just started. The grand finals has just started. We need to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 3 for all of you. Welcome back, survivors. This is the MCPS Majors Season 6, Day 1 out of 3. This is the Grand Finals. 2 out of a total of 18 maps have been played already, which means 16 more opportunities for these teams. But they can't bank on that because you really have to build up some good, solid momentum on Day 1 in itself that is going to be pumping that adrenaline through your veins for Day 2 as well as 3. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the day. And thus far, the consistency has been pretty mind-wrecking, right? Because what we saw in the group stage, Neptune, is being shown here, the exact same thing in the Grand Finals. I'm still waiting for that surprise. I'm still waiting for someone else to shake up the leaderboard.
The thing is, this is what we asked for. Teams who will start it off hot and remain consistent all throughout will maintain the top spot. So that will be Farong right now after 2 matches. Let's see if that will be the same, because we know from the past, on the next map that they will be playing, they have been the kings. They have been the ones taking the spot in that Kalahari map. But so far, because they didn't do so well on the league stages, not I'm saying that they couldn't, but they just didn't for this instance. They have been overtaken or put in the shadows in the desert sand of that map. And let's see if this time around they'll be able to bring it back.
Absolutely, man. And of course, at the end of the day, if you don't really hustle at the start, you can pretty much recover because, like I said, there are 18 opportunities overall, 18 maps to be played. Only 2 have concluded thus far. But do you really want to play the late catch-up game? Do you really want to hustle towards the end? Because we know we've seen some great hustles on Day 3. We've seen some teams make some miraculous runs. But we've also seen some teams win out the whole championship on Day 1 in itself. Those teams that are capable of monstrous rounds. Thus far, Farong has shown consistency, but no monstrous rounds just yet. So I think everybody can rest easy. But I wouldn't really count on that because the teams are getting warmed up. 2 games have, of course, concluded already. Now we move on into Kalahari, a map that just got reintroduced after a long time. And teams are facing a little bit of an extra difficult time out there.
Yeah, and then that is where we want to see the adjustment being done. But as a recap of the 2 maps, well, this coincides with what we saw earlier on the overall. It is Farong Garbrabuya on that Bermuda, and we have Ilustrados Huegos who grab the ones in Purgatory. Now, Kalahari, well, we have a few that we have in mind that will go into predictions right here, but this is something that they need to prove us wrong. Farong might be the ones that will be taking this back as again, the kings of Kalahari from the past, or other teams that would be showing up this time around. Refinery usually is our indicator of who will grab a lot of points, because so far with that elevation, they grab a lot of elimination. Not only that, information as well. So information before they fire or before they rotate is something that's very important in this map.
That I have to agree with you, Neptune. Dude, Tactical Intex has been the team that has performed the best on Kalahari thus far. Tactical Intex has got 56 points with them. And the greatest thing here is Tactical Intex is not doing all that too bad today, right? They're sitting down in the 5th place. They've had decent rounds thus far. But let's take a look at what some of these other players have got to say, right? AB Radicals return this time around. We will hashtag leave a mark with a sweet comeback. Now, I'm actually looking forward to this. This is one of my predictions that AB Radicals will make a strong comeback in the Grand Finals, but I'm not seeing it yet, my friend.
Well, they are coming back here a little bit strong, probably too strong for our liking, because they're going against everyone, smashing their heads like all the way around, and they are not surviving the longer. Because if we compare earlier, if you look back to our overall, and they were second in terms of elimination, they have 17 in total, but the placement point, that is where they're lacking survivability. At least 1 or 2. Like after each engagement, 1 or 2 will be alive, and bringing them back later on, they have a better chance. But everyone jumping in and one of compound and being taken down instantaneously, that is where they fail. But let's see this time around, our prediction, it will be the same for this map of Kalahari. It is Ilustrados Huegos.
Oh, both of us think Ilustrados are going to get it done. Dude, okay, once again, Tactical Index, the best team on Kalahari, but Ilustrados have just been so consistent with their gameplay, right? That's the main reason why I gave it to Ilustrados instead of Tactical Intex. And I think you hit the nail right on the head there. 22 points picked up for AV Radicals thus far, and 17 out of those 22 points came from eliminations. They only picked up 5 placement points, which is ridiculous, which is insane, which is just bordering insanity at this point of time. If you look at how good of a team they are when it comes to the mechanical skills, and yet they can't find that final circle. And that is mainly because you cannot underestimate the lobby of MCPS. You are not going up in here in a ranked matchup looking for that legendary title. You are literally heading on in here against the pro teams that all of the other servers have got to offer. Now, as we drop into Kalahari, it's going to be fingers crossed that some of the teams that have been making those initial mistakes will find that recovery. But the question is, will teams like Freedom Rumble, The Illusion, Visionaries, Gorilla X, as well as Axis Esports finally start picking up some solid points for themselves in game number 3?
Yeah, Kalahari is looking like a whole new world this time around. All desert, all sand, and all high ground will be taken as the flight will be coming in from the northeast towards the sub, where we know, or we are seeing, that the blue zone is right there, pretty much a target on a point for AV Radicals. Let's see if there will be a different team that will be challenging them this time around, because so far that is where they did strive from the first map, but at some point they failed on the second. So this looks like crime from Expand, as well as AV Radicals will be in this area. This is the rivalry that we've faced from before. Let's see if this will be gearing towards AV Radicals, because so far they are the ones more aggressive.
I mean, once again, man, this is the blue circle curse, right? Wherever that blue circle drags the team of AV Radicals into, they're going to be taking a hot drop in there. And if you want to spot this team of Expand on Kalahari, you drop by the sub. And this is the kind of submarine that doesn't go underwater. I'm not going to touch on that subject. My Malaysian people know exactly where I'm coming from. But AV Radicals have got great, decent position here already. They're flanking up all across the sub, and they've cornered Expand. Now, this could be a great thing or a bad thing. A couple of grenades towards Expand could do them in. But the problem here is no elevation advantage for the players on the side of AV Radicals.
Yeah, one thing that is for sure as well is AV Radicals will need to pull out of this engagement, because earlier on the previous view that we had, it is McCrory fighting against a one Tanamo of AV Radicals. So basically, AV Radicals is just left with 3. Return might be in trouble because everyone from Expand is rushing in towards that area. And, well, they are focusing in trying to survive. Not only that, probably looking for the Tanamo get back right here. But Return right now, speaking of get back, Return will be returning fire. But unfortunately, all 3 rushes in. This is the trouble that we are looking at, especially if you're alone. Expand wants to take advantage of your numbers right here.
Yeah, it's a little surprising they didn't move towards command posts. And I'm starting to now get the feeling that they wanted to gun down AV Radicals early. That's why Expand went in for the attack onto the blue circle. But either way, I think attacking the blue circle is a fundamentally smart idea for any team that wants to excel in a certain lobby. You get that higher tier loot, you get that high tier gear for yourselves as well. You want to be able to get that level 3 helmet like what Axel has on him. And you can see the vest has been upgraded to a level 3 as well. Makes you just so much more tankier out there on the battlefield to take some heavier gunfights. Now, they've pushed off 2 players from the side of AV Radicals out of the area of the sub, but McRory is laying low, man. I mean, nobody from the side of Expand suspects that McRory is in the vicinity at this point of time.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that really surprised even I when I saw that they are, he's gunning down Tanamo, and probably something that can provide more information. But again, similar to what we've seen against Return, is a little bit risky. But let's see who will be dealing with the risk right now as the battle ensuing. Visionaries against The Illusion, and a straight off has been done already. And there goes a possible takedown once again. This is Visionary Toby, who's already down, but Raz has been brought down by the hands of Chessman.
Yeah, good trade back. Gen X, though, very low in HP. Glue wall melter is going to be laid out all around. Chessman, you can't miss shots like that. He's going to retreat. Doesn't have much of a choice. Now from down below, it's going to be El Hay as well. Looking out for Eagle. Spots the player on the left-hand side. Chessman, great repositioning. But Hay's going to be in a lot of trouble if Eagle steps towards the right-hand side of his glue wall. Beautiful shot from Chessman, but he misses that once again. Chessman's having a bad day today.
Yeah, a problem distraction of the two of teammates already being done down, and there you have it. They have been taken down, and well, it's only one left for this team. He needs to be safe. He needs to be quiet, and as he is moving away from this engagement, Eagle right now, the ones who lost and the wings clipped earlier, will try to rise back. Probably will be a Phoenix at this point, but on the other hand, we have Expand and Ilustratus Vegas in the battle. McCrory on the high ground. Great advantage. And probably this is the surprise hit that they have been planning all along. Unsuspectingly, McCrory has stepped into this hill, into this area, and the rest of the gang just flanked in and has been taken down. Expand one at a time.
Yeah, great play from Ilustratus Juegos. Once again, the fact that McCrory... Oh, Axel. What you doing here, son? What you doing here, son? Out you go. AV return. On his return, picks up a beautiful frag. And Expand, I have no idea what that strategy was. But they're not getting the best of me just yet. Freedom, Rumble on the other hand. Losing two players very early on. Asta circles around. Yasif with the Mac 10 in hand. Straight down to the ground. Raz will win out that gunfight anytime. Shots to the butt to get him out.
Well, we have a Freedom Rumble Asta running away, moving away from this engagement as the illusion will be left behind. But all four members will try to gun him down. Let's see if he'll be able to go far away, switching over to a different vehicle, a much flashier vehicle, probably faster as well, and gives him that getaway that he needs. But again, there's a lot of risk, especially in this final moment, if you are going to bring back your teammates, because they can be gunned down from above. But speaking of above, from above, we're seeing three teams. It is Gorilla X, Axis Esports, and one more that is Freedom Rumble, if I'm not mistaken, or probably far around from the other side.
See if this one makes a big difference for the squad. Geek Fam. Tags from all around. They don't even know who's shooting at them. Tactical index. Ooh. Will be able to fire from up top. Double grenade sent down towards the bottom. Luffy down on the ground. Red face. Save your brother. But it seems like he can't focus on that. Smooth gets a smooth pickup. And M82B through those glue walls. Just needs to find one good connection. The distance is way too far for him. And those fingers just not quick enough for Smooth.
Yeah, probably ate a little bit of popcorn right there. It is sticking to his screen, and hopefully he will be making that shot later on. Zipnu, on the other hand, has been eliminated, but Tactical Intex being spotted in this game. It's not looking good despite of their record in this map. Yes, they have managed to grab a hold of the high ground, which is really tactical for them, but exposing their position, not even taking advantage of or not getting all those elimination knockdown as expected will be their disadvantage. Geek Fam on their hand and already moving out of that area, but the return of AV Radicals, this time they are fighting against the Illusion.
The Illusion's in a lot of trouble, bro. I'm just going to say that right now. AV Radicals, they are a very aggressive team. The Illusion cannot hang with the kind of heat AV Radicals can bring into the matchup. Illusion, though, have managed to start off this particular lobby really hot. They've got the engagements to speak for that. But high ground advantage now. Tanamo, oh, great glue wall pulled out by Hay. But the damage has been done. Tanamo gets sprayed right back. And he's not going to get taken down just yet. Kenshin expanded instantaneously. Ramiel, that's the trade back. But a good glue wall. But badly erected. The tags still go through. Raz couldn't find that elimination just yet. Hay now trying to drop those grenades, taking them out of the equation. Return returns fire. Hay's going to be sprayed out by Return as well, backing up the rest of the players. And Return taking on two gunfights all at the same time so that Ritus can recover.
Yep, and let's see if they'll be able to recover and fire back against our return as we have A who might be gunned down and pressure. Traya already down from that battle, and it is a 1v2. Lei is taken out of this game, and only one, or make that two,
Yeah.
is remaining for Delusion. Though in terms of elimination, they have the lead, but if in case they lose this battle from the early engagement that they have right now, from the onset that they have right now, then that wouldn't matter. They will not be able to make so much stride because they lack those placement points.
Yeah, this is the position where you actually shoot down the glue wall because you don't know who's going to steal your elimination, but Asta is going to get lucky because none of the AB Radicals players were close enough to take that elimination point for themselves. And we all know who's the greatest thief out there on the battlefield. AB Radicals proved that in game number 1, taking away 2 elimination points from Ilustrados Juegos. But the Illusion, starting off hot, just like AB Radicals in game 1, finds out the rough way as to why you shouldn't do that. They just didn't have enough of those utilities to hang with a team like AB Radicals in a gunfight like that.
Yeah, speaking gunfight, we have gunfight between Freedom Rumble and Tactical Intex. And, well, Asta is the only one after 3 of the players has been gunned down and has been returned into the battlefield. But Luffy will be backing off. They don't want to fire it on, especially in this position that they have, and they want to find a little bit of cover so as not to lose most of the glue walls that they have prepared. AVR return takes down Eagle. Unfortunately, Visionaries, after the engagement they had earlier, they didn't bring back most of the teammates.
Man, I mean, the opportunity just wasn't there. No reliable platform. They had a vending machine to work around with. It's a little too broke. I feel you, my brother. There were days where I was that broke as well. Just couldn't buy myself much things. But it's okay. Good times eventually come around as long as you put in the work. AB Radicals looking for too fast, but don't rush into it. Orion saves him for a little bit. Has got the M1014, but too fast is too fast. Ritu's just rushed into his death. Now one player taken out already. Ramiel trying to take him out of the equation. Return with the Trogon as well. Doesn't find the initial connection. Swarming around. Orion request, and too fast gonna get eliminated. Expand out in the 11th spot. What an unfortunate turn of events for the Malaysian champs.
Yeah, and there you have it. The use of Orion, not only to get away and increase your HP, but also for the rush. Tactical Intex, on the other hand, well, will not be rushing anymore. They will be eliminated from this game in AB Radicals. This time, a little bit smart in their gameplay, not really smashing their heads anymore, and they are part of the top 9. But Dynamo will be going down. It's Geek Fam who will bring them to their knees.
No idea what Dynamo was doing there all alone. Team Badot getting wrecked as well. In the meantime, Geek Fam losing 1 to Ilustrados Juegos. I can't even see Ilustrados on the map right now. How in the world did they take Hazik out of the equation? Ramiel, on the other hand, managed to buy his player back. Yasta will do the exact same thing for Hazik. So Geek Fam, all fine and dandy. AB Radicals in a full squad as well. Dynamo, who just got brought right back in, is in a sticky position because it's inside the circle. The rest of his team members way too far away. The blessing in disguise, he goes up against Freedom Rumble. So let's all hold hands and sing Kumbaya for Dynamo whilst he tries to survive this one. It's going to be a tough one, Nep.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, being spotted from above, it's a good thing he was not gunned down. But this time, only pistol in hand, going against Drogon. Unfortunate. We cannot. There's really no need of the rest of the. Another buyback probably can be done, but as we saw earlier on the position of AB Radicals, 2 of them already outside of the blue of the play zone. That would make it more difficult because a lot of teams are finding their plays already.
Yeah, great position held here by Ilustrados for the time being. They send out a UAV as well, scouting out their next rotation path. AB Radicals, on the other hand, going to be taking heavy damage from the blue circle, and they get eliminated from the other players who are gatekeeping them as well. Geek Fam going to be put into a similar situation. Ilustrados getting tempted by a couple of free points off of Geek Fam, but they have to understand that they need to start moving. Freedom Rumble moving towards the players of Geek Fam as well. So if Ilustrados go in for the shutdown, they're going to get a 2-for-1 here unless they get turned on.
Yeah, we have Shanks right now on the top, trying to take down Yasid, and their spawn will be the Shanks on his knees. Rendu, right now, will try for the flank, but nades on him, and he will be eliminated, or the Shanks will be eliminated. Rendu will try to run away against Stu, trying to hide out in the cactus, but no, there's no hiding at this point. A lot of engagement happening from all sides of this area. It's a good thing that they have this little ridge to get away from the side of the other team, but McCrory as well as the Blank is still in the battle, and McCrory, good advantage, but they hide out from that compound.
And this is what happens when you get too greedy. Illustrator started that off with a great position. They had a good amount of time to make the rotation in towards the next circle, but instead they wanted to stop. They wanted to pick off 3 points. It's not what you do at a grand finals. Illustrator will still stay alive for the time being though. Freedom Rumble from back. McRory. He brings back 2 players. This is a big play from McRory, and the team still continues to attack from the back. Freedom Rumble gonna be expanding the players of GeekFam in the meantime. And Illustrators are already in a safe spot. Axis Esports still alive and kicking with the better utilities on their side, which makes them a great one to pick up the next booyah as well.
Axis right now just picking off all the strays in that lower ground. And McRory right now going against on a 1v4 against Farang. This is really not a good fight for McRory. And hopefully we'll see a little bit of a nade action coming from this. But I don't think he will be fighting that much. He needs to be quiet. He needs to survive. Blank, on the other hand, has been taken down. Less chance for Ilustrados Juegos to survive longer. And the Freedom Rumble on one side is also rushing in.
McRory, I believe, is the final player on the side of Illustrados, but Shanks is here as well on the opposite side. So all McRory needs to do is just stay as quiet as possible, not show up, and he's in a good position to hide away from Axis Esports. So Axis is not going to see this coming. They'll spot the players of Farang first. But the circle moving is going to be pressuring the player on the side of Illustrados to move into the circle as well. On the left-hand side, the player doesn't really need to do much at all. Axis Esports out in the open. X-Roy down on the ground. Man04 can go for the pickup. X-Zac backs him up, but a cluster chips away at X-Roy's health a little bit more. Glue wall melters laid out as well. And now this gets so much more difficult for Axis Esports to deal with. Farang taking a great advantage against them out in the open.
Yep, and they need to move to either side. Probably on the side of Freedom Rumble, or they get away from the engagement that is Farang that is in front of them. But they need to make that work. They need to survive this battle. 2 of the teams trying to get them down, and Ilustrados Juegos just joining in the mix. So it will be 3 teams who's trying to gun them down.
Dude, Ilustrados Juegos at this point of time, they just need to shut up. They need to stay up there. They need to be very, very quiet. Their heads are poking out. Easy headshots from down bottom. But here's the great big blessing. Everybody else is distracted with the gunfights down in the bottom. Now somebody just spotted them out from the bottom as well. Shanks does manage to steal away 1 elimination point. Finally, they get fired at. Ilustrados Juegos. McRory low on their HP. He drops it right back up. Shanks backing him up as well. Farang spotting out those players. Trying to take them off of their perch. This used to be Farang's strategy, that high ground advantage. But Axis Esports now opening up that engagement against Spade and Squad Farang.
And they are just baiting everyone to battle against each other. Unfortunately, the Shanks jumped up a little bit early, and he has been gunned down. Here, the battle continues. McRory still alive on the top of this compound on this whole area, and we are left with 4. But here comes Axis from the other side, bringing pressure to McRory. Misses no shot, and will try to do again, but still, he is alive. Freedom Rumble will try to do the same in this Juegos. There go down on number 4, but the battle continues between 3 teams.
Dude, that was a triple team against Ilustrados Juegos, okay? Everybody chipping in those grenades. That guy was surviving it like a champ, but just couldn't avoid that final one, which took down the glue wall, pulled the distraction, backstab by a totally different squad. Freedom Rumble can't get it done. Axis Esports secures booyah number 3.
Oh yeah, this is a comeback for Axis Esports. We've seen the great gameplay, aggressive gameplay coming from X-Roy, but when he meets up with Zac as well as Phoenix and Man04, we see a different light for this team. And this is one thing that can give a little bit of hope for Axis Esports. Earlier, they were on top 8. This time around, they will be moving up probably on that number 4 spot because of how much damage they put in this game.
Great play by Axis for sure. They played the game of survival, managing to disengage from a lot of those initial first few battles, get into the final circle, stay decently quiet until they could pull off those final engagements, and it all ended up their way. Even though that final circle was horrendous, it was way too packed with too many teams from every single angle. Axis Esports just made sure that they kept their backs towards the blue circle so that they couldn't be pressured from the back, and all they needed was to just look in front and forge on forward.
And this is what worries me, AJ, because them getting the booyah in this map of Kalahari, and they will be following it up with an Alpine gameplay later on. We know what they can do in that map. So we're probably looking at a back-to-back booyah and just day number 1, unless the other teams will be preventing that, because we've seen some of the potential gameplay from the league stage on how Alpine can be utilized, but again, it has yet to be seen. So far, Ilustrados Juegos, props to them as well. Despite of them losing 2 of their players, McRory taking the shanks in that that chase of the high ground, they managed to survive a little bit longer.
I mean, this was such a terrible play from Ilustrados. They had so many eliminations on their side. They had a great defensive position with that high ground. They could have rotated 4 men, but they got baited out by Geek Fam for some free points. And I think that was not great at all in terms of a decision making from a team like Ilustrados. If they keep falling for free points, they are not gonna get those booyah for themselves. So thankfully, this is happening pretty early in the grand finals. It's a lesson that they can learn and carry on into their future matches to perhaps not make those mistakes again. But great survival gameplay from Ilustrados either way. Initially, 2 of those players were split up. They got back together, played that high ground advantage, tried to stay away from all of the battles. But once again, that second mistake came through. I say they tried to stay away from those battles, but they saw the opportunity for 3 points again, and they started shooting a little bit too early. 3 teams then spotted them as the biggest threat and took them out of the equation. If they had just shut up, if they just kept quiet, Neptune, they could have picked up the booyah.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, at this point, well, greed is good.
Neptune, I'm sorry, brother. I can't hear you.
Not working for them. Hello? Not quite sure what's happening, but
it's okay. Okay, there you go. I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. All right. So again, I was saying that at this point, the term "greed is good" is working for the team of Ilustrados Juegos. 2 times already that they tried to chase down all those 3 points, but they failed and even brought themselves. But if again, I would agree with that. If in case they survive even that final moment, that high ground that they're holding, 4 men strong, they could have just rained fire against those who's battling below.
I get that elimination points are important, but booyahs are important as well. Booyahs are free points, you know? You just need to survive. And Ilustrados can survive. Ilustrados can rain down heavy firepower on opponents. They know this. But this is where a coach comes into play. This is where the coach is supposed to tell them, just because you can do something doesn't mean you have to do something, right? You can just hold back and pick up those easy points a little bit later on. And, seeing Ilustrados make that same mistake, which just be a little bit trigger happy, not once but twice within the same lobby, and both of them brought them to their ultimate destruction, it's not very encouraging for a team that's trying to represent the Philippines at the highest level. But let's take the spotlight and throw it onto Phoenix as well. The undying total 5 eliminations this time around with Beaston in his hand. He was most definitely a strong player out there, especially with the glue wall melters, and he runs the main skill of Andrew that gives him that armor specialist, extra armor durability. You've got J-Beebs focused on that armor as well. Now we know exactly how he took all of those brave engagements out there, Neptune. He was just not afraid to take that damage.
Yeah, he's just tanking all of those damage out, and because of the skill that they have. And well, that is one thing that you have. We've seen Phoenix from a different season, that he's really up close and personal in terms of engagement, and that is what he needs in terms of survivability. A good addition to the team of Axis Esports. But I mean, this is just a one of out of the 6 games that they will be playing, and I'm really loving how it's turning out, because like we mentioned earlier, they managed to grab one of the map which they didn't show up in league stage, but what follows is a possibility of a back-to-back, because Alpine is so much their map already. 3 booyahs from the league stage that they grabbed there, so 3 instances that they grabbed the booyah in this map, and I don't believe they will be slowing down this time around.
And with Expand getting eliminated in the 11th spot, Axis definitely takes over the third place in the overall leaderboard through their performance for a total of 25 points scored, 13 eliminations, and of course 12 from the Booyah. Axis had a massive round, and this sets the record thus far for the grand finals.
Yeah, and as we look at the team MVP, we have 13 eliminations, 69.95 on the damage, and this is 25 match point, as AJ mentioned. And well, as we look in to the scores right now, Freedom Rumble managed to grab 14 on the eliminations right here, which we didn't see so much towards the end, probably because of all the scruffle that has been happening. Was the final moment that they took advantage of throughout. Farang, on the other hand, will be in number 3 with only 17, and the Ilustrados Wegos, they could have gotten a lot more, but it's a good thing they managed to balance it with their placement. The 8 elimination that they have, as they have 15. The Illusion, they had 13 points, and as we go down, like, Visionaries didn't grab anything. Not quite sure really what happened with this team. Probably they were thrown off, especially in the previous map, but again, there's no chances to make all these mistakes right here because we're pretty much halfway through on this game.
Earlier, there was a 10-point difference between that number 1 and number 2 spot between Ilustrados as well as Farang. Now we see 2 points in terms of difference. So Farang has managed to increase just a little bit into a 12-point lead in that number 1 spot. And of course, a 12-point lead means absolutely nothing if a team like Ilustrados can have a massive round. But the problem here overall is going to be the fact that Farang, although they do not get the Booyah for themselves, they've been able to be consistent in 3 back-to-back games now. And this is something that many of those teams can't say for themselves. So, surprising round. I did not expect Freedom Rumble to pick up 14 eliminations, but that's exactly how the cookie crumbles. Sometimes that's how RNG is in a game of Battle Royale. As long as you're making the right decisions at the right timing, you are going to be walking away with those points. And this is something Ilustrados can really learn from Neptune.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they need to walk away from some of the engagement and find a perfect opportunity before they fire back. Because earlier, again, we can't stress this enough. At some point, the greed that they had, they already failed the first time. They tried to live it up to the second time, but probably it's the pressure as well because they're running out of time. We have the blue that's coming in from behind them. They only have a few, few meters, few inches of that ledge that is in front of them, and they want to put as much damage as possible before the circle shrinks.
Either way, it was a terrible play, Ilustrados, okay? What could have been a Booyah, what could have been a record-breaking moment once again for Ilustrados, just turned out to be an unfortunate moment through 2 of those decisions made. But once again, that's just game 3 out of a total of 18. We've got 15 more maps. We've got 15 more games to play on in here. Next one is going to be Alpine. Let's take a look at our predictions. First, Neptune. I thought it... Hey, get out of my head, man! Get out of my head!
It is what it is. I mean, we this is why it's called prediction. Probably we just have the same mindset though.
We do. And most of these predictions are obviously coming through from the performance of these teams on the maps thus far. And I think Axis Esports have proven to be pretty dominant there. And I have to credit this to Xroy. Xroy departed from Expand. Expand used to be, alongside AV Radicals, the dominators of Alpine. AV Radicals clearly fell off the face of Earth recently. I don't know what's happening there, but we'll have to catch up with them eventually. But with Xroy leaving the team, hopping on over to Axis, he's been able to share all of these minor details, all of these key aspects as to how to dominate this map as well. And we know for a fact that Axis has got the firepower to back that up. So when you've got great assessment of the map plus firepower, you're going to be able to dominate. And that's exactly what Axis Esports has done thus far at Alpine.
Yeah, so we just ended a heated battle in the desert. This time around, we'll feel a little bit of a cold because we have Alpine in front of us. Is no, the fields, the trees are here. But the thing is, what we're looking for is the blood of the battlefield in this engagement. In 5 seconds, we are going to see where the flight will be moving in and out as we are looking for where the teams will be dropping as well. So from Vantage, they will be flying in towards the area onto the west of Snowfall, and it's quite in the middle, giving way for the rest of the teams to glide through.
The question is AB Radicals going to go to Malaysia? And if they do, are they going to get hot dropped? Are they going to have a hot battle at the very start in itself? At some point of time, you need to reassess whether or not your decision-making has been bringing you the very best. It looks like AB Radicals are going to be sticking with this. And tactical index, red face, trying to peel away. Ilustrados in here as well. We've got a hot three-way battle. Let's go, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm looking at it, we have one team who is chasing for the blue. We have another who's chasing for the guys who's chasing in the blue.
Yeah.
We have some teams who really sticks to where they usually drop.
Yeah.
So this is what's the scenario right now. And Red 2s is in the shorter end of the stick and will be taken down. Stratos Huecos, this is a good start for them. And again, this is something that AB Radicals need to reconsider in the next maps, because it seems that 2 out of 3 make that 3 out of 4. This approach is failing, and they are left with 1 though. So I guess there's more time for revival, but not so much to grab those points.
Ilustrados Huegos will scream, GGWP pre! As AB Radicals Tanamo runs away from the situation. Tactical Intex did manage to nick off a couple of eliminations there. 2 kills stolen away by them, and Ilustrados are pissed off with that, right? They go in straight up for the flush. Bentu's gonna get that Drogon hit. Grenade does find the connection and the instant elimination as well. Here comes Ilustrados Huegos. 4-man push all at the same time, and the Blue Wall Melters are gonna be dropping the defenses. Red Face goes down. Zapnu and Red Face, they do fire back though, but Rentu is there to save the day. Luffy, a sliver of health left. Can he find the survival here in a 1v2? All he can do is run, but here comes the flank, and that's the end. Tactical Intex out in the 12th spot.
You know, in this engagement, what I was looking forward to, AJ, was a 1v1 against the Shanks and Luffy.
Oh, yeah.
But unfortunately, the Shanks has been brought down this time around. He's back up on his knee or on his feet. But I was waiting for that to happen. But unfortunately, like, it was just one team over another that will winning in this gunfight. 11 teams remaining, and let's see if there will be another that will be going down. This time it's Farang going against Visionaries, but they are losing vision. They are being tunnel vision at this point.
That's
and in the crosshairs of Farang.
Oh my,
AB Radicals!
Out by D-Illusion. That's a crazy turn of events we did not expect, but of course it was the initial hurt put on by Ilustrados Huegos, sending Tanamo out in the open to play the game of survival and recovery. I guess the answer is he could not find that for the squad. Visionaries trying their very best to hang on. Toby from up top meets Spade, who has got the better shotgun, auto shotgun, mag 7 in hand. All he needs to do is click the shoot, and all it will do is spray his opponents down. Gen X just isn't going to be picked up any moment now, and Toby just has to run.
But Toby had an advantage earlier on before he has been rushed in this second floor, and Eagle providing a little bit of distraction while Toby pull away and heal. Now, will Jesbu, we know how Jesbu is getting fired, especially in terms of elimination. Will they be firing back? 3 on the top, 2 from below, from the side of Visionaries, and they need to pull away. They need to pull back, probably in a different compound, so that they can bait them in and provide that surprise attack. But Spade right now, oh my goodness, nades on to Eagle, and Eagle, again, his wings might be clipped in a bit.
Yeah, smart play. They buy back 1 team member first before getting into an all-out battle. Toby turns the tables. Jesbu on the ground. M1014 straight to the face. And now Toby has got Eagle to back him up as well. Bison in hand. Eagle gets tagged up and they flank around. Jembal not spotted out just yet. The backup. Eagle! And he does spray Jembal down and in position to pick Toby right back up as well. Chessman is in the house. One final player. Spade has the better gun and he sprays him down. But the 2 more players up top, they can't put an end to Farang, and they do. What a recovery for the Visionaries.
Visionaries looked ahead, used their haki to observe what's about to happen, and they did see this future being so fruitful. 4 eliminations against the top team of this day. Farang has been gunned down for that match a little bit too early, AJ.
Dude, I was gonna say that Visionaries needed to stop and fight because them running away just wasn't doing them any bit of favors whatsoever. But they were not trying to run. They were just avoiding engagements just to buy back one extra bit of insurance, which is why, guys, take your life policy, okay? If you're young, invest in it very early, all right? Insurance, very important. It doesn't matter about the brand. Just gotta be insured. They buy that insurance first, and the final two players just had what it took, right? In terms of utilities, they had it, those blue wall melters and grenades, but it was not used much to pressure Team Farang. It was the timing, the positioning, the Bison combo with the M1014, and great execution of that in a 2v3 battle against a team as lethal as Farang. Visionaries, one of the weaker teams, still managed to walk away. That's the quality of MCPS we're talking about.
Exactly. And speaking of timing, I mean, the timing of bringing back the teammates right there when one fell down, one just managed to rise up like an eagle. But that was Chessman right there. Eagle was nowhere to be found at that moment. But as we look in to the battle, we have Gorilla X right now doing the same thing that we often see from Visionaries, like trying to avoid all engagement, trying to get away until the final moment. But with 9 teams remaining and not so much of aggression, they might be losing a chance of grabbing a few of those eliminations. The Illusion, on the other hand, went in for an early engagement. So Raya has been taken down, but now
we
has
do
been
apologize,
brought back.
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We seem to have lost Neptune once again. We will get him reconnected in a little bit. Whilst we sort out the technical issue in the background, it's going to be the Illusions Raz circling around. Overall eliminations thus far. Nothing much to scream about. 11 to his side. The Illusion has been struggling a tad bit within the group stages. But as they make their way into the grand finals, the story doesn't seem to have changed all that too different for the squad. Currently hanging on to the 9th spot, which is, they brought in their grand final spot from the 9th position, currently hanging in the 10th spot, the Illusion. So a lot more improvement anticipated, of course, from the squad. Gorilla X, on the other hand, flanking around towards the left-hand side, trying to avoid the shots of Expand. But Expand themselves, they do understand they cannot engage aggressively just yet. The team is just spread out a little bit too far wide, and nobody in a great flanking position against Gorilla X. So starting any sort of engagement might just be deadly here. They do have the next circle, which means a better position overall, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they need to really find that good position, especially in how it's ending up so much in its engagement. But speaking of position, Chessman a little bit ahead of the rest of the gang, catapulting himself into this high ground, and it's just for the rest of Visionaries to follow through. And we are now heading towards the 3rd stage of the circle. Let's see if Axis Esports can live to what we expected. Phoenix is already in front of us. They're spread too thin right now, but going into the other side, we have Team Badut, who has been silent this time around. Geek Fam is doing the same thing. 0 eliminations for Geek Fam, but no shots from the other side. The Clowns, they will not be laughing. They want to bring in the fire.
Oh, great stuff coming through here. Dynamo finds too fast as well. It's going to be Team Badut opening fire against Geek Fam, and they're not the only team that's in this situation, right? Geek Fam needs to be really careful here as they're looking to cross Rivermouth, Expand just beside them, waiting for that opportune moment to take a critical strike as well. Team Badut spread out. They've got the river for a little bit of cover, and no need to just watch their backs just yet. Nobody else around the compound of Team Badut to really torture them as of now, Neptune.
Yeah, but the thing is, I guess they're a little bit too cautious and probably paranoid because they could have started the engagement, like head in to where the rest of the enemies are, and without looking behind them. But Relax right now, well, they not only need to look behind them, but also forward because Expand is trying to run them down. 4-man squad on the push. One has been taken out already. And the Gorillas, they need to put in a little bit of the guerrilla tactic to get away from this engagement.
Yeah, great brick on Crime MKS here from the side of Expand. This guy has just been waking up non-stop in the competition, continuously stepping up against the rest of his team members as well when it comes to showing up with the performance, right? Great reposition. He just flew over the players of Gorilla X, finding the left-hand side flank, and immediately, as soon as he landed, found the strike, I believe. It was Cobra. They just ran past one player on the side of Gorilla X. This just opens them up for a deadly backstab.
Yeah, Yan too has been missed by Cobra right there. But the thing is, they're not moving. Even Grand Visa is not moving so much. They want to provide that information, that surprise, but unfortunately, the moment they move, that's where they made a U-turn and gun him down. Now, there's still Hayes, who is alive, and Yan too, who is also from behind, but Crime is riding that destruction using this vehicle. And, well, back to the other side, the Traswegos and losing end. It's Visionaries who's getting fired out.
Oh, this time Visionaries have their eyes wide open. McCrory up in the air, fly high butterfly, managed to get away from the Visionaries and their spots. Blank on the other hand, great glue wall erected. Gen X will pull one up in a precautionary movement as well. Toby from up top though at the M1014 will not miss from such a distance. Will be able to put Blank 6 foot under. The rest of Team Ilustrados Juego is going to try to hang on here, especially McRory. Question is, can we find a vending machine around him? There seems to be absolutely none, Neptune.
Yeah, there is none in the specific area that's holding, but from where Expand is living, there is, and it's still inside of this next stage of circle. But in front of them might be Gorilla X, who's also waiting to bring back 2 of their teammates. So that will be a little bit risky, especially, or make that a 1, because God Frieza is just next to Ilustrados Juegos Makarori. So that is risky move for him, but he does have plenty of time. Hopefully, he'll be able to take advantage of that. On the other side, the Illusion eliminated, and it's from the hands of Freedom Rumble. Not only that, engagement happening overall.
Team Barut allowing Geek Fam to make it across the bridge, and they're not trolling them just yet. Team Barut actually disengaging from this battle, backing away, finding good compounds. Grenade out of Yasta finds nobody. Hazik all tagged up. Here comes Ken from the right-hand side flank as well. 2 players spotted out. He pulls up a great good glue wall, and the timing's just right. Hazik sprays down 4 eyes. Doesn't have enough eyes to walk away from this player just yet. As Yan walks away, 2 more HP. Still gets sprayed down. Great backstab by Hazik.
Geek Fam being brought down one at a time. Same goes from Team Badut, but the battle is not yet over. It is Lucky right now, who's not looking for luck, but only for head. But he has been taken out. 2v1 situation brought in, and Ken's right now engagement, but still has been taken down by Flank, and Flank will go for the pickup. It might be taken advantage by Dowies on both sides. There goes the rush. There goes the jump. And still, it's no one's gameplay. Back to a 1v1. Geek Fam has been brought down. Lucky enough to survive. But in front of him, there is Freedom Rumble.
Absolutely, man. That fight was just dragged out way too much. Look at the number of glue walls. All of the resources wasted just to take down 4 players. But that's the kind of rough fight that the Battle Royale will offer you. Expand now. Making it into the next circle. They will meet Freedom Rumble, and both of them will engage at this next spot. But in the meantime, Visionaries are going to be spotted out as well. McRory attacking from the back. Axis Esports keeping the Visionaries very busy. McRory hasn't patched himself up just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing a little bit of music on my head right now. But the battle engagement. And the other side, Expand again, Freedom Rumble.
That's it.
They started off, and Freedom Rumble, as he the only one remaining, he managed to put himself in a cage right now, and still is bringing a few of the members. But with 3 already in the rush, there goes Freedom Rumble, number 7 in this game. And Expand managed to survive. Probably a new team to be taken down is a Team Badut with 3 more to go.
Oh, back-to-back engagements for Expand here. They need to be really sharp as Team Barut comes in here for the push. Flank doesn't really have any flanking capabilities, only himself as well as Lucky. Therefore, they are going to be flanked by the full squad of Expand. They go in for the strike. Flank gets taken out. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now 1 more player, and the name of Lucky. McRory dropping in a rain of nades from the back, knocking down 1 player. Doesn't get taken out of the equation. Great blue wall melters laid out by Expand. But McRory sends in another cluster, tags up the players, single-handedly looking for the elimination. But here comes the Visionaries as well. They've got a spot in McRory.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to shoot him down. The focus now is on Lucky of Team Badut, and this is very troublesome, having McRory in the mix when we thought that Expand has already or will be looting up a little bit easy well, there's a little bit of pressure, but the worst part of this is he wasn't able to put down anyone, and all four members will be going for the rush, but too fast. It's been taken out by Lucky right there. McCrory with only a few HP. Into the maze he goes, up this blue wall, and there goes the grenade. Eats him up. Like what he usually does. Ilstrados Wegos has been eliminated.
Yeah, great glue wall pulled up by Axel as well, just to make sure their opponents, Axis Esports, doesn't steal an easy point away. Toby, though, who claims it? Axel will get that away. Visionaries now within the spot of the MCPS champions expand themselves. But the high ground advantage turns into a disadvantage as the blue circle catches up with them eventually. It's going to be the glue wall melters out of the Visionaries. Gen X still alive and kicking. He's putting up that pressure, but the boulder, the terrain used great by Team Expand, and Axis has got no vision to take them down just yet.
Yep, Axis right now, the team that we're expecting to get this Booyah is in trouble right now of being taken by the blue, but they were able to get in, recovered. Axel has been brought down almost on a 3v4, but Team Badot still alive. Lucky right now, again, hiding out, surviving this battle. Axis and Expand continues engagement, and this is one thing that Lucky will be taking advantage of. He will remain silent as these two teams fight against each other.
Oh, grenades back and forth. Initially, Axel got taken down by Exact, and then Axel got brought right back up, and he managed to execute the perfect revenge by knocking Exact down onto the ground. And both sides tossed out the grenades, and now we've got a Malaysian standoff yet again. Lucky gonna be stuck between the two like a little cloud, trying to figure out exactly what he can do. But if he walks away with the Booyah with one final critical strike, it will be the best day of my life.
Yeah, indeed, what he can offer, all you have to do is be very silent, but no, Milo 4 already rushing in. There goes Team Badut. I guess they heard you. They don't want to give that to Team Badut right there, but the battle continues right now. Axis is in the bitter end. A lot of good flank being done by Axis right now with too fast in here, but no, Milo 4 managed to hit them down. And with a one player against a 3, it's not
that's it
for Axis. Expand takes this Booyah.
Expand is back. The first Booyah scored at MCPS Majors Season 6 is in day 1 of the Grand Finals. Believe it or not, Team Expand, your Malaysian champs, can't get the rotation right on the iPad.
Could have blocked it at some point.
You figure it out, bro. You figure it out. No problem. No rush. Doa Ibu is the best. Amen, my friend. You know, this team is definitely the dream team for Malaysia. One of the most inspiring squads out there. They don't have a huge, big organization backing them up. What they do have is Too Fast's mother, who quit her job to back up this team full-time, and they have just been on a roll. Their achievements have been monumental. Not only have they been able to conquer Malaysia, they've conquered MCPS, they've gone to the world stage, all with the love of their mother. But can they do the same without the backup of their brother X-Roy this time around, who has switched sides to Axis Esports?
Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, love overall really wins everything from either side. But if it's X-Roy who, and still we don't have any idea on why he left, will probably change that theme. Then probably we'll have to find out if Expand has a lot more love from their side, like being given by the mother of one of their players. And I love the story though, AJ. I love this story because not a lot of pro players out there are being given the support as we just heard the story is. Not even a lot are being all those, I would say, turning heads, especially when we are talking about esports. But esports has been brought in different occasions that would give opportunities for kids just like this, and we're looking at opportunities back and forth for the teams, and Expand has taken that already. This might be a double take for them to go to grab that championship.
Absolutely, man. Chetno Ryan, that's her name. And she has not just been a mother to Too Fast. From the moment she adopted Expand, every single kid in the slot of Expand, she is a mother to him as well. And she has been able to guide them extremely well thus far in their journey to the top. But in MCPS Major Season 6, we have seen Expand pretty much hit some rough games. They haven't really been able to perform in the group stage. Like I said, this is their first ever Booyah in Season 6,
Oh, yeah.
and they're showing up strong in the Grand Finals. But I have to say only one thing for that. No better time to show up, my friend.
Oh yeah, there's no better time to show up than the Grand Finals where everything really matters, and this is what we're doing. But so far, AJ, I mean, we are seeing different teams taking that booyah from 4 of the maps already. No one is getting that double take, and I love how it's turning out. Well, there might be a few teams that's been consistent, grabbing that #1 spot, maintaining a #1 spot. But if in case of just grabbing all those booyah and all those points in terms of the 12 points that's given, it is being spread around.
You know, the biggest point here that, you know, my brain can generate at this point of time, Neptune, is the fact that with just that one game, we now have Expand fighting for that #1 spot. Two things happened in this matchup. Number one, Farang, they got down and outed super early. They took away 1 placement point. I believe just 2 or 3 eliminations on their side when they got taken out of the equation, which means they do not get more than 5 from this matchup, right? And I think Expand just broke the all-time record in Season 6 by hitting 31 points. But I have to look at the final tally and see if or not this was correct, because if my eyes were not deceiving me, I saw 19 eliminations from Expand by the time they finished that lobby. 19 plus 12 is too many points, just enough to break the record thus far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, we'll have to find out. The record has been broken overall, and this is something that we will need to find out later once all those numbers has been shown. But again, I'm really happy on how it's turning up so far. It is 4 teams grabbing that booyah, and if I'm not mistaken, they are the ones in the top 4 as of now, and or they will be the ones in top 4 as of now, unless other teams will show up, pulling up an Expand in this game, like without a booyah, still moving up on the ranks.
If my calculations are right, Expand is in the #2 spot. And if it's even more right, Expand will be below 3 points from catching up with Farang. There's a potential they could just... Because, dude, that was a massive round. That was a holy cow kind of round from Expand. Dude, they woke up, right? From not showing up, from not picking up a single booyah all throughout Season 6. If you were going to pick up a decent booyah, that's the way to get it done. So massive number of points. They're definitely in top 3. They're not too far away from Farang. And if they can... And here's the thing. My prediction for this next matchup at Nexterra, the team to get the booyah is going to be Expand. So that's my prediction. If they can deliver that consistency at Nexterra, dude, you're going to see them in the #1 spot. Guaranteed.
Definitely. And speaking of #1 spot, we have Expand, the Axel, #1 for the team right now, and he had the total of 6 elimination, 5,552 right here, and he is the one who's giving all the snipes all throughout with a weapon that he has. So this is something that we really love to see from the Axel, because it's not the first time that we've seen him pop off. Even from the previous season, this guy has a real brought in on, gave the motivation for the rest of the team to move up.
I mean, this boy has just so much of potential, so much of talent, and you just see that all coming out in this matchup, right? And obviously, yes, they do! Yes, they do! 12,912 damage! Holy mama! They were on fire in this round for sure. 19 eliminations, an all-time high. They break the record for sure. They set a brand new record for the Grand Finals. 31 points. And once again, this is their first booyah in Season 6.
Imagine that, maintaining the spot in the top 12 before the Grand Finals, and this time around they are in there breaking records, breaking the spirits of the other teams as well if they have pulled down, and also pushing themselves on the top of the leaderboard. As you can see right now, it's it's almost half what Access Esports has to offer in this game, and probably it's the elimination really that changes it all. Looking at 19 versus 7, that is a huge gap between these two. But Missionaries did so well in this gameplay, probably with the back-to-back engagement that they have with the one team earlier, and Ilustrados Juegos survivability. This is what we're asking for. Hopefully with four or more members from their side, not just one or two.
Absolutely, man. Now, I know Geek Fam did secure the 29 points. I know Illustrados has hit the 28 points, the 27 points, but nobody has come close to the 31. What a run by Expand. 19 eliminations. The monsters are back, and that's without X-Roy. Of course, we did predict that XS Esports was going to get that boo. Yeah! 61 points. Let's go, baby. 1 point behind Farang. Illustrados, 2 points behind Expand. Axis Esports, 4 points behind Illustrados. What a great start to the grand finals. And look at this. All 4 teams up at the top have secured a single booyah each.
Yeah, that really shows a different story overall compared to league stages. This is just additionals that they are getting, and in terms of elimination, this is where most of the teams are focusing on. And as you can see, as you mentioned as well, it's not that far. A little bit of scruffle and between these two teams, one being taken out a little bit early. It will change later on, especially as we are heading to the final 2 games of this day. And again, this is just day number 1 out of 3 from the grand final stage. It's getting too exciting.
And now we just need to prep for a break first. My goodness, I don't want to take a break. I don't want to stop the broadcast, but we have to, right? Because it's already scheduled in already. I can't wait for game number 5. I can't wait for Nextera. I can't wait to see if or not Expand can dominate a map that they have already dominated in the group stage. They are the number 1 team for Nextera. They hold a total of 25 points from placements, 26 from eliminations, for a total of 51 on their side, right? If they can pull off the booyah again, they will be off to a fantastic start on day 1 of the grand finals. Pretty much a dream run for the team that pretty much didn't turn up at the group stage at all.
Yeah, I mean, probably that's part of the plan for the side of Expand.
Yeah.
It's similar to what we mentioned about AV Radicals, that you don't want to have that crosshairs on your back early on, especially as they are already like on the way to double up on a championship. But we'll have to find out if that's the case later on. Nextera is up when we return, but we'll have to go for a quick break, so don't go away. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still MCPS Majors Season 6. We started the day with two matches that's already heated, and halfway we are seeing the teams already fired up, and I won't be surprised if the last two matches would be on more fire, as we are going to end this day with probably a different team on that number one spot. On the casters, as I am Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming, together with me, Sasho, AJ, and Weird Voices, who will bring you the hottest action for today.
I can't wait for this next game, man. I just want to see if Expand is going to be that one-hit wonder in this first day of Grand Finals. Or alternatively, have they just been that miraculous team all along? Once again, we know the re-roster that happened for Season 6. They took a while to get into a great groove as far as the chemistry is concerned. But if they just use the group stage to work on their chemistry to unleash all of this in the Grand Finals with consistency, I will have to bow down to Team Expand, because that was fast, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, imagine only 4 days overall for the league stage, though there is a huge gap in between there and they can practice. But compared to the other seasons, like it's not so much time. They are playing against these teams of like hardest teams in MCPS region, and it only requires 4 days for them to build this fire on them. Going for a recap right now, different teams from 4 maps that has taken that booyah. First off, we have Parang, we have Ilustrados Huegos, up next on Purgatory, Axis Esports and Kalahari, and Expand took Alpine. And this is what we're talking about, the overall standing that can break it all onto the next map.
Absolutely, man. And it is a close fight for the number one spot by the time we bring it to the close of the day, unless we can find 2 explosive rounds yet again from Expand. Then of course we're gonna have a huge lead at the very top. But the focus is gonna be, can the boys bring in the consistency? Has it been enough chemistry building during the group stage to absolutely explode on the rest of these teams? As we set up Nextera, we know for a fact that yes, although Expand demands that number one spot from the rest by bringing out the best consistent performance thus far, the Nextera performance has been anything but consistent. Many teams have risen up to the occasion. Teams like Visionary, teams like Axis, Ilustrados are not too far away. Expand has a total of 51 points. Visionaries have a total of 48 on their side. Axis and Ilustrados are tied with 49 points. A lot of teams are capable of picking up points at Nextera.
Yeah, definitely. And this is one thing that they need to take advantage of. Those who are smarter to look into what happened in the previous Nextera and also plan an approach in this map can take that win. It might be a different one compared to what we are expecting, but this is what we love. The surprises that has been brought in by the teams. You don't know who is going against who and who's going to win afterwards. So this is what makes Grand Final really exciting.
I mean, Expand makes the Grand Finals really exciting. Even without showing up in the group stage, they got the number 3 spot, okay? They are showing up in the Grand Finals. So I'm expecting a little bit more. Yes, my demands are a lot. Expand, we've got a quote from Axel this time round. I never fear my opponents. They are just like a playground for me. Day. But I get it, man. Axel's a really good player out there. Great mechanical skills. Walked away with the MVP earlier. 6 eliminations. He was playing quite well out there on the playground. Except I think the other kids might call him a bully.
If that's the case, well, hopefully he, I don't know, his teammates have been putting him in check trying.
I call the guy a bully, but if you got to see Axel in real life, right, he's the cutest kid out there. He's just so aggressive on the battlefield, okay? In person, he's the nicest kid you're ever gonna come across. Super polite, super decent with the way he interacts with everybody around him as well. He's a delight to have around wherever you go. But of course, we got a little bit of competition. We got Malaysia going up against the Philippines, literally in the casters, as well as the casters prediction this time around for Nextera.
I mean, I have huge hope for AV Radicals. They did show up earlier a little bit too aggressive. We asked for not so much aggression, but again, they failed somewhere at times, and that is why they are being left behind. So hopefully this time around, Alpine Nextera is something that they will be able to take advantage, because not everyone has found their groove just yet in this map.
So you're really betting big here, Mr. Neptune. You're going for AV Radicals, who haven't really shown up at Nextera at all. But I'm very sure you're going by the basis of how they've been performing in the grand finals thus far. Talk to me through what your expectations is, because AV Radicals, they started off, like you said, super hot. Only 7 placement points from the first 4 games. I think it's a little unacceptable. But do you think this is going to be their recovery game?
I do think this is their recovery game, because at some point there's a lot of compounds right here where in that blue, where in their targeting might be place that is away from the rest of the team, unless it is like the Plazaria will be taken by a different team. I think they are a little bit safe this time around, but let's see if they will change their ways. They did change their way away from that area, but into the hands of Geek Fam. The spread right now of AB Radicals, this might be something unexpected by Geek Fam and might give them the early points that they need.
Yeah, okay. I first of all hate the battles that happen in Grav Labs because you don't have gravity there. So it's just an extra bit of, lunacy in a battle royale map that already has terrible RNG against me usually, so I don't take my chances at Grav Labs. So good luck to Geek Fam. AV Radicals, do not want to step inside. See, this is what I would have done, right? Because you go in, you don't have gravity to deal with, and then you've got people flying all around with 700% capability in terms of the jump. And who's in there has either a ability or a disability, but Geek Fam turning things around after losing Hazik. They drop another player as well. The return is there. As Tadamo gets fragged out, Dav is really low on that HP. Ramiel going in for the Honda. Whiz! Slides out of the air. A sick play from Ramiel.
And there's a chance for him to really balance it out right now. Buyback will be happening to pick up also as well. But Rain from above really have a chance to rain fire against them, but not so much on HP. He needs to recover, but with that time spent, will be losing his side against Ramiel and another one from AV Radicals. He is trying to do 2 things at the same time. It's a good thing Kenz is in there to provide him a little bit of backup, but will this be too late? Retus has been spotted probably or hurt, but no!
Great play.
Backstab against Rain. It's left to 1.
And that's great trigger discipline from Ritus as well. Had that position first, just waited for the guy to come out, and in a position where he just wasn't able to find any defenses for himself, he steps on out, gets the spray, gets the drop. Ken's unfortunate, brother. This is the end of the road for you. Ramiel finds the flank. Fast shot! Ramiel down! Back up from return is there though. Can finally get it. He does. He secures that 1 elimination before being taken out of the equation. But can he put up the fight yet again? Answer is no. Just a single consolation point for Geek Fam, unfortunately, in Nextera.
Yep, and probably because of all that you mentioned about this area, there's a specific compound, it really coincides with the gameplay of AV Radicals.
Yeah.
Because they know the chaotic game style that they have can be like balancing out the chaos of the effect of that gravity. But let's see, X-Pen right now is in a scruffle against Gorilla X, and though they lost 1, they managed to grab a few more. Let's see, backstab Cobra up close and personal. There you go. And it is now Hayes, the only one who's trying to be chased and getting away from this engagement.
Hayes needs to make quick haste out of this equation, but unfortunately he's gonna be flanked from 3 players. 2 fast Cobra all at the same time, and Gorilla X gets taken out by the predators of this lobby as well. Expand equalizing against Axis and AV Radicals with the 4 eliminations to their name, and we are left with 9 more teams.
Didn't I tell you that it's about to get hot?
Oh, yeah.
Or even hotter right now. As early as this, we have already lost a few of those teams. 3 teams to be exact, but going in for the overall elimination. We have the Axel right now with 42. Let's see if anyone can beat him. And we're talking about overall in this competition. We have the Axel who really has brought in a different light of day in terms of Expand's performance. And what more can he do, especially as they are a complete squad ready for get down or putting down the rest of the teams.
Axel is actually the 2nd best player when it comes to the eliminations from the group stage. Expand had Cobra picking up 33 eliminations. Axel only had 26, but he seems to be on a much finer performance here at the grand finals. Cobra just hasn't slithered up to his usual self just yet. In the meantime, it's going to be Team Badut taking on Ilustrados Juegos out in the open, just playing around with the very edge of the circle here. First players out of Ilustrados taken out of the equation already. Freedom Rumble moving outside towards the bunker. And this could prove to be deadly for Ilustrados, who are trying to hang on for their dear lives.
Yeah, Shanks right now being jumped by one. Let's see if this pulls through. And no! He has been taken down from behind. The backup is not there. Pickup will be done for side of Team Badut, and they will grab another point in this engagement. Not only that, we have a newcomer into this fight, and a new challenger has entered the ring. It is a Freedom Rumble going against Team Badut, and oh, what a nice hit with a nade. And Four Eyes right now will be crawling to his knees, bleeding out. The same goes for Lucky, and a Freedom Rumble right now rumbling this engagement overall.
Yas is just on fire, man. He's just going in here for an all-out push. Freedom Rumble, I expected them to push on out and face off against Ilustrados, but they catch sight of of Team Badut instead, and they're going for the all-out attack. And look at Ilustrados just holding back. They're just waiting for their team members who just got brought back to pick up their loot first before they flush out both Freedom Rumble as well as Team Badut. So Freedom Rumble might just pull off an Ilustrados that we saw in Kalahari.
Well, again, we have different teams adapting to the game style of the others. And, well, I would say for Ilustrados Juegos, this is, they're starting to become more trigger disciplined, or disciplined overall, because of what they're pulling out right now. They're just waiting for everyone from those two teams to go in onto the next, on the next stage zone. And that's where they will get all the elimination. But Exact has been knocked down from Axis Esports, and we have X-Roy almost being taken down, and it is Phoenix right now on a 1v2. Let's see if he'll be able to survive. No, he backs away. 904 backs him up as well, and AV Raymil, and as well as Tanamo together with Return will try to respond.
There's no way they're going to be picking Exact up. He's just way too far away from the rest of the team members. Tanamo got that VSS headshot. Finally, Exact out. One more point for AV Radicals. X-Roy hanging back. Needs to back away, though. Return going in for the right-hand side flank with the Trogon in hand. But X-Roy is not going to be anywhere here to mess around with them. UAV getting sent out by AV Radicals as well, just to scout out the position. And Axis Esports peels away towards the left, avoiding any sort of detection whatsoever. But you can't avoid those pets. And I know the Dinoculus was used a little bit earlier on. So their position is still going to get fished out here by AV Radicals, who, by my calculations, should not go in for the pursuit. I mean, they've already scared them away. They have to play for the final circle. We know what happens when they don't.
Well, the thing is, this is a different side of AV Radicals that we're looking at right now. This adaptability is probably what can grab them. That booyah, hopefully. And, well, for the side of Tactical Intex, this is the usual gameplay that they have. Being tactical, waiting for perfect opportunity before they move in, staying in the edge of the circle as well to catch anyone off guard who's moving in. But I don't think they will be seeing anyone just yet, and they will be staying for a few more moments.
Tactical Intex is playing the way I'm expecting AV Radicals to play this, man. I mean, I'm a tad bit disappointed with AVR. Mainly because their performance has been on a downward slump. Opening up Bermuda with 13 points. Jump into game number 2, they get 9. Game 3, they get 8. And Alpine, they got absolutely nothing. Exact, once again, going to be the initial victim here for Axis. That's a little surprising. As Axis opens up against Visionaries. Chessman gonna find another clip as well. Man 04 really low on that HP. In the meantime, Gen X has to find a way out of his blue wall barricade. And he's going to be slowed down a bit.
Yeah, he'll be slowed down. He's hoping to pick up Gen X right there. It's a good thing that teammates is there to back him up. And, well, Visionaries right now, well, not so prime as we expect them to be. But, again, they need to adjust. They need to adapt. A lot of teams has been so aggressive this time around. And, you know, when in the game of volleyball, wherein speed might be good, but at some point it's sloppy, this is what they're doing. They're just slowing down the pace, bringing the ball a little bit too high so that they can position themselves for that kill. So that's one thing, one approach that they can use.
Let's see if or not. Tactical Index will have a advantage here. The circle, of course, gonna leave them high and dry. So a lot of traveling for Tactical Index. That high ground advantage is not gonna serve them up well for too long. Illustrados, on the other hand, everybody's gone through the revival thus far. That's not great, man, because you are going to be on the lower side when it comes to utilities. So hence why we are seeing a little bit of a slower pace from Illustrados this time round. Hopefully it stays that way. But here comes another bait, and we've seen Illustrados fall for the bait so many times. So you've got Expand as well as AV Radicals. Boys, please don't shoot.
Yeah, they need to be quiet. UAV, though, has been pulled out. Probably one from each player or team coming in onto this area, and a lot of teams has been in here. We've seen we've seen Freedom Rumble, we've seen Axis as well on the other side. We have Expand just across the bridge, Visionaries as well, and Tactical Intakes. Earlier on the left side, we have Ilustrados Juegos as well as AV Radicals. So Scruffles overall, we're going to find in a bit, because the next zone will be closing in that will clump each of the teams together.
This time, the pace will get slowed down. This is what I hate about Nextera, man. So many people survive towards that final circle, and then you just get all out pandemonium. You don't get to secure a great position for yourself, because on your left, you're going to find gunshots. On your right, you're going to find gunshots in front, behind, on top. Underground, okay, underground maybe not, but Freedom Rumble gonna lose Napis very early here, unless Asta can pull out a good glue wall. Illustrados weren't being quiet. Tactical Index take a hot drop against them, and they get burned down to the ground.
Yeah, they keep falling down. They thought they will be able to provide a little bit of surprise, but lo and behold, surprise given by Ilustrados Juegos. And this is a chance that Team Badut is trying to bring Ilustrados down.
Yes.
So they have only cleared view of the glue walls. It has been taken down. Gives them open, not only against Team Badut, but the other teams surrounding them.
Freedom Rumble right down below. A couple of grenades up top. On this warehouse could be the end of Ilustrados, although that will put the team of Freedom Rumble in line of sight of two teams. Expand on the right-hand side, as well as Axis from the left. Chessmen taking X-Roy out of the equation. A great player to take out so that Expand can pick up the booyah, because Axis Esports has been the bane of Expand's existence thus far within Season 6.
Yeah, Toby right now is in there, probably trying to take a peek and not letting go of the glue wall. I guess he learned exactly earlier that they don't have to pull up a lot of glue walls, because he has been caged by his own demise. But as you can see right now, it is Axis Esports who's in trouble, because they couldn't step in. They are being gate capped, and Phoenix will be taken down. And well, this is it. This is the denial that we're seeing. Axis Esports will be taken down. Number 8, we're down to 17.
That's why he's called Phoenix and not the Phoenix. This one doesn't rise. this one just dies.
This one dies. Well, I thought Phoenix the cat has more lives than ever, but but he brings bad luck.
Expand is in a terrible position, though. The next circle is going to leave them high and dry. Not a lot of defensive areas around them, so they have to wiggle away from one team, and that's a hot team called Ilustrados. They're going to hope and pray that the right side flank is going to let them escape, and Freedom Rumble is the sacrificial lamb instead. Ilustrados going to be firing off at Expand in the same meantime. Crime MKS fires right back, blank on the ground. And this is where Freedom Rumble should take advantage. Expand need to find a defensive position for themselves, because they are out in the open, Neptune.
I can feel the struggle right now for Ilustrados Juegos. They just jumped into the line of sight of Expand, and they are just falling down. What? We are seeing glue walls melting all around them. There you go. What? With all those pressure, they thought that they can take advantage against a Freedom Rumble, but no, they are the ones being taken advantage of by Expand. Now, Freedom Rumble this time around has a good chance to battle those surrounding them, and we've seen Parang being taken out of this game. Team Badut with only 2 remaining, make that a 1, and they are trying to survive, but Freedom Rumble says otherwise. We are now left with 4.
Oh, dude. Your prediction and my prediction still alive. They're opposite each other. My prediction has got the Visionaries. Your prediction has got the one and who's got wait. Visionaries going up against
Rumble.
Expand. Freedom Rumble. Okay. AV Radicals got Freedom Rumble. And it looks like the right engagement is happening here. Expand trying to take Visionaries out. AV Radicals, you focus on Freedom Rumble. It's gonna be Neptune versus the Mustachio at the grand final circle.
Yeah, let's see. We have Nate right now. Bounces off. Misses the opportunity. Visionaries right now still in trouble though. Though they have a bolter on them. They cannot get away. Though they have gotten away from probably the shots of Expand. Still have Freedom Rumble. We have a good angle on them. But there goes Nate. A shot by Raymil against Asta, and he goes down. Now there will be a pickup. That will be attempted, but no, the blue is already moving in. They are in trouble. Nade's overall. Raymil going far back, and on the other side, Expand still a full squad.
Expand looking to steal away a couple of knocks here. They're staying very silent. I like this approach. Visionaries, on the other hand, using the terrain to their advantage, just like what Expand did earlier on. This boulder is going to give them a huge heavy cover. No need to expand some of their glue walls that they're still keeping in store for the final. But what a cluster! What a cluster from Expand. Toby though, circle coming in. Another cluster sent through to them. Gen X trying his best to recover, courtesy of another cluster, and Eagle goes down once again. Here comes a sweep. Visionaries out of the equation. 14 elimination. Expand looking for the final ones, but AB Radicals now gunning them down from the left hand side. It's gonna be Freedom Rumble still alive and kicking, and they take the fights against AB Radicals as well. And the big boulder claimed by Expand. What a rotation!
And there you have it. We have one more remaining. Make that no more remaining for the side of Freedom Rumble. And there goes Kaizo being spotted. Up close and personal. AV Radicals go in for the battle. But the blue is eating them up. The Axel has gone down. And 3 members gone down for AV Radicals. Red is the only one remaining. 1v2. Let's see on how this works. Red News goes for the Ryan. Managed to survive. HP recovered. Managed to put one down. Panamo is up. But no! Expand wins. AJ wins as well. And we have a double take on that Booyah.
Booyah, baby! And on the grand finals, the Malaysian champs rising up to the occasion. What a massive round picked up yet again. Record-breaking previous game and record-matching game number 2. Back-to-back. Expand shows up hot. This is how we start off the grand finals. And what a fantastic way to get that done. This is Expand at their truest form. And I cannot believe it. I cannot brain it. They took 4 days of group stage just to catch up with all of that chemistry and the adjustments, just to catch up with the gameplay of these other teams. And on the grand finals day number 1, they show up the strongest, from not picking up a single booyah all throughout the group stage, hitting a double on day 1 of the grand finals with consistency. They're giving me everything that I ever asked for out of a team.
Definitely is. Expand right now showing up to be prime. Day number 1 is already being taken, I would say dominated by this team. And the contenders that they are chasing earlier has been taken down a little bit early. This might make the lead a little bit too far, even for the other team to catch up. This is already back-to-back, as well as a lot of elimination. Expanded well in here, not even retracting to all those engagements. They know who to shoot. They know who to choose to engage. And even in the final moment, when we thought that they will be giving the chance for AV Radicals to fight against Freedom Rumble, no, they dipped into the engagement.
And this was the most perfect play from Expand, and I really respect the decision making here. They had 3 teams to go out there and engage with, and it was not a simple process of I'm gonna pick the guys on the right or I'm gonna pick the team that's closest to me. They assessed the situation and they saw who had terrain advantage, and it was the Visionaries. The Visionaries had this great monument, those great boulders built right in front of them, and that just means you do not lose out on all of those glue walls, your great big resources. They take the Visionaries out, and they started off with a cluster, not rushing in, not taking a very callous, aggressive approach towards that final battle. They tossed in those grenades, grenade after grenade after grenade, chipping away their HP. When it came down to that final knock, they went in for that flank. Beautiful execution of that, and then from then on, it was just an advantage in terms of position for that final circle. AV Radicals, Freedom Rumble out in the open. They have to take that fight. And this is where Expand once again takes the cake freaking home. They have the cake, they eat it too. They are your double booyah champions in the grand finals. They take that rush towards AV Radicals, man. I didn't expect that final move, and they executed it so beautifully, Neptune. 2 massive rounds for Expand now.
Exactly. I mean, couldn't say more for Expand. I mean, even for the final moment, like the tacticals from Expand right there, they're not like these utilities are not easy to come by, but they utilize that in the final moment where it is needed.
Yep.
Even from when Ilustrados Juegos was on the rooftop of one of the compounds, they didn't use it so much because they know that they will be needing it later on once everyone's out and open.
Yeah.
And they just managed to put down all those glue walls with a few glue wall melter and even gunned down as Ilustrados just died down. And then they waited for the final moment. They didn't rush in compared to what we've seen other teams do. They waited for the best moment of approach, and this what makes Expand like a little bit more smarting compared to the rest of the teams.
Even a baby can tell us that Expand is in your number one spot right now. There was a 1-point differential. It was 12 points before Alpine. Alpine brought it to a 1-point difference, and now Nextera guarantees Expand that number one spot. Farang has pretty much fallen off of the face of the earth as of this point of time. They had a super start, and then the drop of performance started, right? 22 points down to 19, down to 17, then 4 and 5, and I'm like, what's up with Farang? So my prediction for this next match is going to be Farang waking up again. But I also have to credit you, Neptune. You predicted the awakening of AV Radicals, and they showed up really strong in this game.
Yeah, I mean, from the league stage, this is one of, I would say, comparing to the other maps, this is one where they really took advantage of how new it is. I'm talking about not just from the league stage, but also in the previous season. So like it's like a little bit of history for what AV Radicals can do. But again, they fell a little short and probably took so while to take down the Freedom Rumble. Thus, their focus was a little bit split between two teams.
Dude, 61 points from 2 games. Let's go Expand. Come on. I mean, Neptune, the amount of points picked up by Expand today has been monumental, man. Let's run through the points that they picked up through the group stage. 40 points on day 1, 37 points on day 2, 70 points on day 3, which was their best run, and then a little bit of a down performance on day 4 with 61. Today, they have outperformed any one of their previous group stage appearances, and we still have one more game to go. If the next matchup brings us into Alpine again, it's gonna be a GGWP. If it brings us to Bermuda, Farang is gonna be waking up again.
Yeah, that would depend on the randomizer that we have. But as we look at the game results of game number 5, we are seeing that the lead is still so much that even AV Radicals couldn't catch up that much. So as we have Freedom Rumble, though, they put in a lot of fight in this engagement, even 7 on the elimination. But unfortunately, even for the sides of Farang, as you mentioned, they faltered so much. Only survivability has brought them still in this fight, and this is what we don't want to happen for a team such as Farang, because they already dominated the league stage. Start of the day, they put in a lot of fire, but it trickled, it fell down, similar to what we've seen AV Radicals did in the previous season. So I'm starting to smell and feel a little bit about what or how they seem.
You
smell the fear
in the air,
and as well as the sweat from Expand. I can smell it from here. The sweat from Expand after 2 engagement, after 2 maps.
I mean, you were complaining about it, Neptune. Nobody's picked up a back-to-back or a double booyah, and Expense says, no problem, we got you, man. I mean, record-breaking, record-matching, 31 points in Game 4, 30 points in Game 5. If we get either Alpine or Nextera, we know it's going to be a back-to-back-to-back. If by any chance the gods of Free Fire want Farang to wake up, they're going to give us Bermuda. If they give us Bermuda, we get Bermuda! Let's go, baby! It's going to be a hot fight. But Neptune, let's talk about this as well. Now, Expand is on a hot run, back-to-back.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a probability they wake up on Bermuda as well?
For expense sake, I'm thinking that they have the momentum already. Regardless of which map it is, they were able to show up.
Yeah.
So it's more of the basic strategy that they have already set in play. And as you mentioned, from the league stage, it's the chemistry that they were able to build. So they're they're piecing it together for this grand finals. And again, regardless of the map, they might be the ones taking the lead in the next game, which is even in Bermuda.
And I mean, it's crazy for Farang because we saw them start off Nextera with the blue circle. They had the high tier loot, but they just could not get away from some heated battles, and they only took away 5 points from Nextera. So this is a huge blessing for Team Farang. Bermuda is a place where they've dominated in the group stage. They started off the day with a phenomenal booyah there as well, just to stake a claim on Bermuda, and to end the day, we get dropped back into the exact same map. If this is not the gods of RNG looking out for Farang, I don't know what that is. But it's also, like we just talked about, a challenge for Team Expand. Are they going to let Bermuda get the best of them yet again? Can they get into that final circle and challenge Farang for that booyah? Can AB Radicals continue to stay awake? I mean, they've been asleep, and then we saw them come back up into the competition in Nextera as well.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well, while we look at our prediction, so AJS Farang, I go for Expand. This is also because if we look back in the first map of the day, Expand has the highest elimination, 12 elimination compared to the 10 that Farang had in this one map. The only difference is that booyah. So again, it's quite 50-50, I would say.
It is.
Thus, both of us going in from both sides.
My brain says Farang. You know my heart says Expand, bro. It is going to be a fun one for the final matchup of the day. This is Grand Finals, 3 days of Grand Finals. This is day number 1, and it's all going to come to an end at this one final lobby. Expand currently dominating the number 1 spot. Farang in that 2nd spot. Both of them we have predicted in that final circle. I first of all wonder if or not any of the other teams are going to be like very annoyed with the predictions and be like, we're going to take down Farang and Expand the moment this lobby kicks off. I would love to see them try, because it'll just get the excitement up a few more notches for myself.
Again, we like, even in every instance that prediction is being asked, I love to be proven wrong. I love the other teams to take it against me. If in case I'm not predicting them to take that win, because I want them to move up. I want them to perform. I want them to show up. And this is not only encouragement for the other teams, but also, well, it's not only reading what's about to happen, but also encouragement for the other teams who's not performing to show up under our radar.
But here's the problem though, Neptune. You and I have been scarily accurate with the predictions. Even if the teams that we predict do not get the booyah, they are in the freaking final circle dancing. Even AB Radicals, from a position of no performance, was dancing in that final circle because Neptune put some power behind them with the prediction, right? That's what we're talking about. And that's why I told production, I said, I don't want to predict, because when I predict, you're going to see them in that final circle, and I pity the other teams, bro. They all need our power. So let's give them a little bit of a shout out. Hopefully we see some early engagements from some of the squads that are really hoping and praying to climb up the ladder. If they can start off with a fantastic run, perhaps they can catch up. Tactical intakes just spreading out way too far apart from each other. But what a blessing, because the other teams are avoiding them like the plague at this point.
Speaking of avoiding, earlier I was expecting AB Radicals to drop off in Ringnam village. Illustrator's Wagos is hunting them. I would believe that they're hunting them twice in a row already. They drop in onto the blue. This time, AB Radical says, no, not this time. We'll be choosing a different spot. And they did.
And they will probably come across The Illusion, who are in the exact same position as them. The Illusion loses Soraya. Very early on, Team Badot will have a frag on their side as well. You can see one player from the side of The Illusion turning tails and trying to get away from this compound as quickly as possible. Kenshin will be holding the fort for the rest of them, has the P90 and a good opportunity to turn things around. Raz, one more shot. Oi! Still alive! What movements out of Raz? And Tadamo doesn't have to do much as he finally finds that clip. Rainiel finds Kenshin, takes him out of the equation. One final survivor from The Illusion will keep the dream alive.
Hey, is there like saying hey and goodbye to AV Radicals, running away from the engagement. But on the other side, hey, Axis Esports trying to gun down or putting down Gorilla X right now, and we don't have much of visibility right there. But Gorilla X is, well, I would say they're not doing well in most of their early engagement. They are losing the gunfight, waiting for the revive to happen, and in this instance, they haven't even loot that much.
Dude, the two solo players who just lost 3 players each on their side are probably going to meet each other as they run away from their individual compounds. That's going to be a little unfortunate if they do come across each other. We can only have one team surviving. But thus far, all 12 teams are alive and kicking because the Illusion, as well as their potential next opponent, GRX, have got a single survivor each in El Hay as well as Dynamo. AV Radicals and Axis Esports also have an opportunity to gatekeep them later on. No revival platforms, no vending machines, and you can see both Hay and Dynamo aiming for Shipyard, and Axis will gladly welcome them with open arms.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're taking the same rotation. Not quite sure if Dynamo has a scene or has really seen Hay in there moving in. Probably one reason why he's following in that approach, which is a little bit risky, because the moment that A gets in a little bit ahead, that's a pattern that's happening, and got a sniff of where Dynamo is, it's already instant for the takedown. So let's see if what's going to happen right there in the battlefield. Axis right now might have a scene A, or probably not. We'll have to find out later on. But it is a very risky move, and I don't think K has any idea that a lot is in here. But it did slow down, so I guess he did. And with that, we might be seeing just one Dynamo right behind him.
Well, let's see if or not. He can get away. Let's see if he can luck out. Axis Esports just gatekeeping that revival platform. One player going out to scout the next spot, and that's going to be X-Roy, one of the lethal players on the side of Axis Esports. Dynamo slowly circling in. If he catches Phoenix off guard, you can see the Tatsuya boost. First one has been used. He's got another one. Phoenix waiting. Trogon. First one does not find the engagement, and Dynamo gets burned down. Great anticipation from Phoenix, and he takes that one away from AV Radicals. The rest of the players, though, going to find him quickly, circle him in, but the rest of Axis Esports is here for that comeback. Phoenix gonna get sprayed down, return. Oi! Both inside of the same blue wall, and Phoenix gets away with a sliver of health, turns around. Ramiel puts him on the ground. Another blue wall needed, but here comes a full-on team fight.
Yeah, team fight indeed. Return Ramiel still alive though, and X-Roy almost taken down. Finally has a bin, and Mano 4 and from afar going in, and there you go. AV Radicals being gunned down, and it boils down once again, AJ, to greed. Because if I'm not mistaken, AV Radicals was trying to chase down the final member of the team that they gunned down, and that was the Illusion, and they met up with Axis unexpectedly, and even with that, they don't have visibility of Axis Esports. Thus, they're just running through the trap that they have set.
And that's why you and I did not predict AV Radicals in the final circle.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, AV Radicals, but that's exactly how the cookie crumbles. It's going to be Axis Esports now running around, has got a more than massive number of eliminations on their side, 7 to their name thus far, looking for that final circle, looking to climb up the leaderboard just a tad bit more, because the last time we spotted them, they were in the 4th place with 62 points. They just need a total of 7 points to overtake Farang's spot in the number 3 position. Of course, they'll be aiming for Expand's head as well. Unless, of course, Farang gets to the final circle, things could change around for that team. You'll still have to wait, because this one's turning out to be a little bit silent all of a sudden as those teams do find their initial engagements. Thus far, only one team has been fully eliminated, and that is AV Radicals, not even the first team to get into an engagement.
There you have it. We have Gorilla X bringing back their teammates, and I guess we have the illusion as well that has been brought back. So again, this is the game style that have proven to be working, especially if you lose those initial engagements.
Yeah.
It's your position versus it's your position or positioning yourselves when you go for an engagement. Because earlier, even from AB Radicals, one takedown, they were just pulled in. They were just magneted in, and that is what lost them. They didn't even bother to leave one out and wait for the revive to happen if in case one goes down. Nope, they want to take advantage, and probably they're thinking that was a lay from the illusion, or hey, from the illusion. They're thinking it's only one guy remaining.
And that's the problem for the team of AB Radicals. They are assuming the numbers instead of getting those confirmations. No binoculars used in that position. They just thought there was one player. They saw that one player. They had a visual confirmation, but they did not have the active or passive skills confirmation as to whether or not there's any firepower in that area. And on top of that, Axis Esports technically only had Phoenix in that position, and then the rest of them joined him once he won out that initial engagement. So by the time AB Radicals went in there for the rush, they were still assuming that they had one player to take on, right? Which is unfortunate, and if you look at it, it could have been the way if Axis did not respond quickly enough. That rotation from the rest of the Axis members was very, very impressive. And of course, they walk away with that. But now, an all-out engagement. Farang versus Expand. This could turn tails right here, right now. How many players are in here? Farang loses just Boo, but they still have an opportunity of survival. Vending machine right down at the bottom.
Yeah, we have Faiz right now bringing back Jambal into the mix. But speaking of mix, I think I saw a glimpse of Ilustrados Uegos right there in the horizon. But I don't think they will be joining us too soon. We have Faiz right now trying to get away. Recovery being done by the rest of Expand. And on to the other side, Visionaries against Freedom Rumble. The Scruffle is about to end. Gen X tries to survive. Will he be able to clutch this? No! Says Freedom Rumble, and they will be staying alive. One picked up, one revive in a bit, and they have 4 points already.
Yeah, when the teams later look back at the replay, they're going to be so annoyed. How did The Illusion survive this and we did not? How did GRX survive it and we did not? These guys are just getting the floor wiped with their faces. Axis Esports, on the other hand, though, losing out Phoenix. And this is a tricky situation. The Illusion getting tagged up by Tactical Index as well, who have a great position over two teams, but not focusing on one is going to allow both to survive in a situation like this. Axis can get away unless GeekFam catches them on the rotation.
Yeah, let's see if the Illusion will be able to get away, though. They are a little bit trapped. Not so much of a breathing space for them. Yes, the compound saves them, and all they have to do is wait, but still manage to hit it through the window. And that is accuracy overall. But the rest of the gang right now, the Illusion is going in for battles of their own, and well, they have to wait. They have to wait for their opportunity to gun down Tactical Intex Zipnu, who's waiting for the rest of the gang.
Circles catching up in Tactical Intex. They have to move. Spent a lot of time outside already, but they are trying to gatekeep the Illusion. Kenshin, great footwork thus far. Backs away, great glue walls. Oh, he turns it onto speed as well. Kenshin still alive. That's a crazy play. Luffy finally gets the better of him, but look at this. They pulled Tactical Intex now, and they've kept them outside of the circle.
The Illusion right now, good chance, but Ryza just back off from that engagement. Kenshin still alive and kicking, hiding out in the glue wall. Footsteps might have been heard, but no engagement being pulled up against him. And Red Face almost taken out. There you go. Kenshin with a nade hit. God nade from this guy. He couldn't be killed just yet.
Luffy inside of the circle, Groza in hand as well. Raz goes down for Raya, trying to play the game of survival. Grenade! Turns into a cluster and finds the connection as well. Beautiful shots, and that's a fantastic recovery coming through from Tactical Intex. But what a play earlier on from the players of the Illusion as well as Kenshin, right? Crazy stuff. Picked himself right back up. Double grenades. We'll find him that 1 point earlier on, but Zipnu not backing away early on, and Kenshin still the star of this engagement alongside Hay. He remains alive and kicking. Tactical Intex have to find the recovery. They have to bugger off, but the circle is putting on too much of hurt now on the Illusion.
Yeah, they need to move in onto the zone, but we have a few more. It's Geekfam trying to gate-cap them in, and well, it is a little bit turn event for Tactical Intex. Luffy, as well as the rest, will be gunned down. Kenshin still slithering onto the side. He might be able to get in a bit. Lei has no chance at all. No recovery needed and can be done on him, but that will depend on this guy, the clutch guy. That is named Kenshin. Tactical Intex, a little bit of pressure coming from Hazik. And let's see if they'll be taken down.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's it for the team. The grenade gets a double knock. Hazik will claim those 2 points for himself. The illusion, Kenshin still alive and kicking. Pulls that long wrap around, but earlier on they did manage to buy back 2 players as well. So the illusion is going to survive this for a little bit more. In the meantime, Geek Fam finding their old position at Clock Tower as well. And this time it's Team Barut who's got the advantage on that earlier rotation in here.
It's looking like a domino effect right here in the engagement. Bai is the only one remaining being rushed. And there you go. Bye as Freedom Rumble says goodbye to Farang at this point. And well, we are now down to a few more, but the battle is not yet over onto this side of the map. Team Battle has a good chance to probably gatekeep Geek Fam as they fly in. Kenshin spotted, finally being taken down. That's the only way that you can take him down with a little bit of surprise.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. You need to get lucky against a player like Kenshin. He just didn't see that spot at all. He initially checked it out, nobody was there, and moments later somebody appears and out he goes. Still can't pick himself right back up though, Kenshin. Opportunity, but the finisher is going to be here for flank. So Team Barut will pick up their 3rd point. Aye! Hazik steals it away! Geek back! Oi! Oi!
That's one thing. If you let go, someone else will grab it. We're talking about food right here.
Hey,
these people are hungry.
I mean, you see a free point, why not, right? Geek Fam taking good advantage. Team Barut have been forced to a corner now. Expand on the other hand, looking for the finisher onto Gorilla X. And it's a great big flank coming through from Axel, who misses that one player from the side of Gorilla X. Good trigger discipline from Jan as well. But the circle's going to do him in if he doesn't start to move.
Again, that was Yan right there. Surviving. Being missed entirely by the movement. And like, if you're going to look for someone who can go sneakily, just like this, that will be Yan. But unfortunately, it is Asta who brought him down from afar. Expand under the hand, trying to put in the pressure against Freedom Rumble, and nades plus they're being thrown at them, and there goes engagement overall. Expand right now clearing house, and they managed to get their 10th elimination. It was Stratus Wegos on the left hand side, bring a little bit of a damage as well as distraction for them, but they are being taken by the blue, and finally McCrory has been brought down.
Yeah, Expand is pissed off, man. They did all of the work, but Illustratos picked up 3 of those elimination points off of Freedom Rumble after Expand put in the work. Now Expand's going in for the finisher. You dare take our points away from us? Down you go, sir. Axel, everybody wraps up house. Illustratos goes out, and Expand on 14 eliminations already, going in for yet another juggernaut of a round. Can they find the back-to-back-to-back booyah? The Malaysian champs are back, baby.
Yeah, they tried to pull up another Farang in the MCPS. Only Farang had the record of the 3 back-to-back, 3 booyahs in a day. A tactical index has been put down, bringing us to 4, bringing Expand to their to that target of grabbing another booyah. But battle is not yet over for Team Badut as Geek Fam is in there. Soraya, the illusion, still alive, and they, well, I breathed a little bit too soon.
Nah,
at least they're number 4.
Dude, they should have been taken out in 12th spot. The survival gameplay out of the illusion is admirable, man. I respect that sort of gameplay. You gotta play that survival, and they did a hell of a job with that. Lucky now down on the ground is gonna be Geek Fam initially taking those engagements against them. The distraction from Expand, glue wall melters all around, and Geek Fam running into the glue wall melters just to look for some free points, and that's just an opening for Expand to smash them all down to the ground. Grenade after grenade, Trogon combination coming through from the players on the side of Expand. Crime MKS going in for the finisher, but Geek Fam steals the points away. Now Expand pissed off again. They are going in for the hunt.
You don't want to steal all those points, but we know this is about to happen. Ken's right now is being rushed. That was on the other side. One go down already. That was being rushed and taken down. There we have it. We have X-Man taking it back to back to back. Booyah!
With the 28-point bomber, Expand, they don't show up. They own MCPS Season 6. Doa Ibu is the best, but you boys are wrecking machines out there. What a play, Expand. What a game. What a day. What a comeback.
And there you have it. We felt it. Again, I said, I smelled the sweat, the fire from these team. And I'm feeling it right now. I'm feeling how fired up they are. But the thing is, AJ, this is the last game of the day.
Amen.
Momentum they have taken halfway through this day. The only worry that I have for this team is we are going to go for a rest before we proceed to day number 2. And will they be able to maintain this momentum?
Neptune, I say yes. I say yes, not because of anything, but I think Expand has proven in multiple scenarios, in multiple situations, that they are the better squad. Decision making has been prime. The gunfights have been phenomenal out of Expand. Even the engagements against a team like Farang from the very start. This is a whole different squad. The amount of aggression, the teamwork, the chemistry that you're seeing here from Expand, usually they were splitting up and they were trying to dominate gunfights as, you know, two different squads, right? In a duo against teams that were sticking together. But now Expand working together as one unit. It's just so deadly out there on the battlefield. And we have not just seen great rounds. We've seen record-breaking rounds. And this is another record-breaking round as well. If you want to look at the group stage, 28 points were record setters, right? They got the 31, they got the 30, and then they got the 28. I mean, Expand has exceeded 100 points in one day, and no other team has done that before thus far in Season 6. They've set a fantastic record, and like you said, back to back to back Booyah, they're the only ones to secure it. Even Farang had 3, but there was a little bit of gap in their 3 Booyahs within a day.
Exactly that. And well, that makes it a little bit more exciting for Expand and a lot more to look forward to on day number 2 and day number 3 of the grand finals, because I'm pretty sure a lot of fans out there, fans of other teams that is not rooting for Expand want them to go down, but I don't think that their power is that strong to bring down the wrath of the scene.
Yeah. And for Expand to keep up this pressure, they really need to think tactically now, right? Because teams are going to be gunning for them. Teams who are confident that they can take the fight against them, teams who are envious of Expand will be gunning for their heads. So how Expand can really route around this new challenge tomorrow is to really assess the drop spots of some of these other squads. And instead of being the prey, they become the hunter. Start off the game by switching up all of those drop spots. Instead, go and hunt a totally different team, but don't hunt the same team again and again. Because if you hunt the team in the first match, then teams like Axis, teams like Farang who want to gun for Team Expand will hunt for that team as well in game number 2. They've got to keep this fresh, they've got to keep it entertaining, and they have to assess the situation. By game 3, if nobody's hunting for their drop spots, then they can kind of go back to their usual formation, take their comfort spots. This is how Expand needs to play tomorrow, because it's going to be way too risky to stick to their usual strategies, Neptune.
Couldn't agree more, because we've seen like how Ilustrados Wegos has been hunting that blue in hopes of seeing AV Radicals, and even AV Radicals smartened up. They are not falling the same trap. Expand, on the other hand, they are already, like, I would say at this point they have the leeway to make a few mistakes, but not so much that they will end up a little bit early, but a few mistakes that even 1 or 2 knockdowns from the onset of the game will leave them not even worried of being taken down. But still, It still needs to be tactical, position-wise, even in every engagement. As you mentioned, they usually go in as a team, one breath, one movement. But we've seen some teams does that, and they have been taken out as a team as well. So they need to be a little bit more gearing towards the 1-3 splits or the 3-1 splits, depending on who's going in for the lead, and of understanding the rotation out of the drop spot for the teams that they're targeting.
Looking at the situation that has broken down in this final match, Expand has got a clear 50-point lead over Farang. And of course, Farang should be in the 3rd or 4th place. So that's a solid amount of lead, right? But Ilustrados Fuegos, who should be in that 2nd place, the biggest question is going to be, where is he? Axel, what a day. What a performance from him. Again, picking up the MVP title with a total of 6 eliminations. He walked into the grand finals as the 2nd top fragger for the side of Expand, Cobra being the number 1 lethal player. But Axel, the amount of effort that he has brought out today has been phenomenal. Let's take a look at some of the characters that he has brought into play as well. Nairi initially with the Ice Iron. Basically, your durability of the glue walls is just going to be on a whole other level, right? He also has got the A124 thrill of the battle, and that is why Axel has been so useful in some of these CQCs. He gets straight into the heat of the battle. He pops that A124 thrill and instantly disables all of the active skills from his opponents, which means Expand just gets to turn it into a grueling gunfight, which clearly they have the upper hand in.
Oh, yeah. And there you have it, guys. We have the points. As you mentioned, AJ, they did have 28 points in total. And, well, though this is just like meeting the target of the past, they've already broken it. And only that, they also broken the record of the number of booyahs that can be taken consecutively. And there you have it. We have a Geek Fam following them with only 19 points compared to the 28 that they have, but 10 elimination to note. For Tactical Intex, they have 11 points. The Illusion, though, the Survivors, they could have been the early teams, the team who have been taken down a little bit early, but they managed to get all those 7 points because of survivability, plus with the help of Kenshin and the rest, grab that 4 on the eliminations.
Farang fragging at the bottom. Unfortunately, I cursed them this time round. 12th spot, a single point. But I have to say, man, Expand ending up with the 28. We have to remember 6 eliminations got stolen away from Expand in that round. So they could have gotten a massive record-setting round here if it wasn't for that, right? Picking up 3 booyahs on day number 1, Expand ends the first day of the grand finals with 119 points. This is massive. This is 42 points more than the 2nd spot holding Ilustrados Fuegos.
Yeah, going back to your point for Farang right here, not really performing. You did mention before the start of the game that your mind says Farang, but your heart says Expand. So I guess the heart has a stronger reach than the mind, because at some point the mind is fickle. The mind can be disturbed so much that the heart needs, or that can overtake above all. But going back into what we're seeing right now, Gorilla X though, as well as the Illusion, they went in for great engagement. Let's include the Visionaries as well. They went for a great engagement, but they only won a few of them, and they are being left behind so far. The same goes for Tactical Intex. But this is one thing that I'm hoping this time around in Grand Finals could have changed. AB Radicals, but they are ending on the 2nd page. So good start in the engagement and the elimination department, but not so much in survivability. And then it just trickled on downwards towards the end.
I think AV is very unlucky because the brothers from their own nation is gunning them down, right? They are hunting for AB Radicals. And Ilustrados Fuegos just wants to be that Filipino squad this time to represent the nation. But we don't have 2 slots for Free Fire World Series. We only have 1 slot. So unfortunately, the early skirmishes between AV as well as Ilustrados is not doing either side any good whatsoever. The strategy of Expand on just focusing on their own gameplay, getting to that final circle, is going to be the better strategy at the end of the day. And the boys have proven that already, right? Just using the group stage as a launch pad to really build up that chemistry, teamwork, as well as whatever they were experimenting around with, just to check out the drop spots of their opponents, really not exert themselves a lot, but to show up really strong in the grand finals. I mean, it's a dual effect. Number one, of course, you get the number one spot. But number two, you unnerve so many of these teams that started to think that Expand is no longer the threat. Expand is not a team that you have to fear or, take into account. And yet here they are, man, with a massive lead in that number one spot. It's insane to see what they have done today.
Yeah, I mean, coming from the previous season wherein they really did a lot, seeing them in the league stage, it really gives that question.
Yeah.
That gives that question as to how they're doing it, like how are they doing right now? But this is the answer. They
Mother's love.
Mother's love plus a good plan of approach from league stages towards the grand final, and I mean, looking forward to what they have to offer in the 2 more days of this grand final.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. Unfortunately, that brings us to the close of day number one. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming. We're signing off for day number one. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place.
Kill. Triple kill.